Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward. Anything using as many vowels as possible.
If you're here with us and you're in the YouTube chat, please share with us where you're watching from. We'd love to know. To all of our viewers who are chiming in from Me Watch, thank you so much for joining us through this tournament. This is game 31. We have 5 more games after this.
And Aya ultimately comes down for Jason Keller. Thank you to everyone joining here. We'll just do a quick little re-intro now that we're live. Jesse Matthews joining you for the final day of coverage here in Bangkok, Thailand. I am joined by the one and the only
Nits Shakti. Hi, folks.
Just a few turns into this game, as a quick little recap, Dave played Atomy, keeping by N. Jason Keller bingoed very early in response to that play, playing Colosseum. Dave with some heavy vowels after the Atomy play, going with Konya, and then Jason Keller also with vowels, playing AIA. So here we are after just several turns. Welcome to our broadcast.
Thanks so much for joining us, folks. Dave now with a Z to contend with. He has a pretty nice play through the O of Konya. I believe he's already probably spotted it. It will let him get rid of ZO, and the rest of his tiles, DEIOT, you know, I'd say they mesh together relatively well. Maybe not the best combination of letters, so 5 tile letters, but not bad at all. You could also just play TO somewhere, making maybe AIT, 8, and ISO. But, you know, that only scores 13 points compared to the 34 that you get from Zoo. So I'm a little bit more in favor of Zoo than I am of fishing off just like 2 tiles, like TO somewhere. There are longer words that could be played. If you see the AE that has been made on the board with play of Aya, Zue would go down for 31 points, keeping DIT. But at that point, I mean, I don't know, you know, I'm not really feeling like playing all the way down to DIT for only 35 points if I can still score 34 with just ZO. So ZO coming down, I really like this play.
Yeah, I have a hard time finding any fault with this, in particular for all the reasons you have described. Now we're back on Jason's side of the board, where he's swung back from being vowel heavy to being quite consonant heavy. This is some of the nature of Scrabble, just that back and forth. He has Ta lined up on his rack. Not sure how fishy he wants to be, because there is also something like a wait or wait through the AI that's on the board. Wait, playing a little bit shorter, given he has the A to hook it later if he weren't to bingo, is also considerable. Wait, leaving a really strong 4 or 5 letters, A, E, N, R, and T. A wait would be understandable if you have slight concern about your opponent already having the hook, or ultimately a play like Ta still keeps the reasonably strong ENRT left over. What is considerable? Well, actually, ought is not a word, so I can see why he would play Ta there, but please go on.
I was going to say that this is a really interesting placement given the score and everything. I mean, that perhaps I would have, I mean, I can see why he's doing this, right? Like he's closing off the board, but I like the idea of playing, you know, Wat or Ta to the side of AIA, making Y or tie, you know. I really like that for him here. This also, you know, understandable.
And look at that, we have our Bacchic Frenzy showing its face here again with Eoi. Oi, something like this.
Our favorite word of all time. It gets you out of those vowel dumps that nobody likes to see.
Keeping DET on his rack in the process, can't ask for much more than that.
Absolutely.
Jason Keller, in the meantime, has 3 N's to contend with on his rack now.
Yikes. One too many, I'd say. He's so close to a nice bingo, but he's not going to be able to do much at all. Right now, I think you look at this board, you see, okay, this is a pretty even game now. I'm down 2. What can I absolutely do in this position? Do I have to play a lot of tiles to score some points? Because given the tiles that you have in front of you, they're 1-point tiles. You're not going to score a lot if you play just 1 or 2. If you want to clean up your rack, if you want to make it easier for yourself to bingo next time, increase your score for your next turn, you just go ahead and you play 2 ends off on this board somewhere. But if you want to blow through this rack, get more points, you do something like this, right? You do something like entrain. Perfectly fine play here. I'm somewhat in favor of fishing, making something like NAIN, Nate. But entrain, blowing the board open, giving your opponent the first shot at these openings that have been created.
You can definitely see the school of thought here as far as playing through more letters. I personally think that it isn't justified given just how little additionally it scores compared to something like in with 2 N's, or Nain would be the other option through the AI where he's just played Entrain. Nain opens up a line on the top just like Entrain does, and it keeps a really significantly better lead as far as options for 7s and 8s next turn. So I totally get the line of thought here. I'm not sure I agree with blowing up the rack this early on in the game, given their scores are also basically even. Those are my early thoughts. What do you think?
I am in full agreement with you. I totally agree. I think I would prefer something like Nain. Then again, sometimes players at this level, players at any level actually, can be a little wary of fishing when they are, when the game is tied, when, it's so close. When you play for 8 points, it doesn't feel all that great. But then again, it's not like 16 is all that much better. So I really like your point about that, which is that Entrain is not scoring so much more. If Entrain was scoring perhaps like 24 or like 26, that would make it maybe a little bit more worth it. Nain and Entrain not having that much of a difference. Dave now, he's got POTD off to the side of his rack. He's spotted. I like this play for him, 27 points. He might as well catch up on the lead if he can.
Yep, keeping the game level, continuing to score. And the options with the G, there's not really a whole lot that would go there. Podge, I believe, is the only item of consideration that would take care of both the P and the G and score reasonably well, but it's pretty hard to argue with the effectiveness of potted in this case. The only real downside is just whether the G blends well with letters you draw, and in this case, as we can see, there may be some challenges there.
For Jason now, he had a Kanjar off to his side, which would have played through an A if it had been on the board. Also, Ranja would have been a possible play, but Ankh now on his rack. I wonder where he is looking on this board, because this board is closing up very, very quickly. There's really not much to do here. I feel like his most obvious plays go through any of the vowels on the board that are available, and there we go. We're seeing Ankh making EH. That is also, attempting to open this board up a little bit more, but it's not scoring enough. It's kind of like opening up more space for your opponent. It is 27 points. I can see why you might be afraid with your opponent having just scored 27 and even game. You do want to keep up the scoring pressure, but I don't know. Maybe you could get that many points playing just the JRK somewhere. That way you're not saddled with a J for another turn.
And we can see that Jason Keller is going to be having a really exceptionally difficult time on his next turn, just given there's even more consonants he's pulled. In the meantime, Dave Wiegand dealing with some clunkiness here. Multiple G's, F and X. Fortunately, these score, Well, the X and the F at least, they score relatively easily on many a board. The G's not so much. Uh, so there will just be some consideration here as far as prioritizing scoring. And fix scores so much that even with the awkwardness of the G's, you're okay here. The other nice thing with nfix is if you draw an R, you're at least hypothetically giving yourself a chance for Grex on the next turn. And we can see that Jason's not being able to play much of anything reasonable here. In a hypothetical world where you absolutely have to sheen through that eye, but I would not on this rack. The change is pretty much immediate.
You have to exchange. I mean, Tien is 22. There is something to be said for it, but no, yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I like exchanging here. It's kind of scary to give up those many points, but your leave is just, I mean, it's hard. I mean, it's really, really hard. Maybe, you draw into something like Jura if you keep JRRH, but
yeah, and I actually, to be honest, I'm not sure I agree with keeping the two consonants, given the ratio of the pool that was there, especially. I think just one of the R or the N was probably the better exchange. Maybe it's because the I and the A in Konya, perhaps those, creating N and R, T, whichever common consonants underneath them to make longer words, maybe that informed the decision a little bit, but I think all things considered, I would have kept just one. In this case, he's drawn reasonably well, so.
Duplicated that N though.
Yeah.
Dave Weekend, though, now he had GAVE off the side, probably looking to the side of nfix, making GIAX and Gave. The other thing that I want to note was Dave is known for giving us little winks on his board. He will sometimes talk out loud to us, making little memes. Yesterday we saw WGPO, WIGPO, but today we also saw the tiles EGG egg left behind, which is a little bit of a meme in the Scrabble community. So if you're in the know, you should know that Dave, great spirits here and funny little insight.
Egg. I'll just say it. That sounds silly again, unless you know, but egg.
Well, now that you guys know about egg, you are in the know officially. So you're cool kids, just like us. Donnert now probably coming down. 79 points, a great spot for him, not having to play through the eye of Konya anymore. That would have been very, very dangerous for him because it would have let Dave take a shot at the triple word to the side of it.
And Dave playing once again, Dave Wig. That's not looking like a wig, but I do call him Wiggy sometimes, as other people do. So it's kind of a self-descriptive thing there, Dave and Wig. I don't think anyone ever calls him just the Wig or Wig. I think it's usually Wiggy, but all the same, it still plays into the overall theme here, and that's of course an homage to his last name, Weekend.
Yeah. Wig here, not the correct play, of course, and we do expect Dave to continue shuffling his tiles, find something that works a little bit better on this board. The Donnert play has given him a better spot now to figure something out. He will be able to overlap some of his tiles there. It might be a little dangerous for him to do so. He might have to stick something out into the triple, but there are other ways that he can play through this, possibly through the R of Donnert, maybe something like Gravid, but it keeps WE and it does not score as much as he would scoring to the side of Donnert.
Yeah, and Wave is just lots and lots of points. It's challenging to, think about, okay, I'm keeping a G for yet another turn, because he has for several now. He had them duplicated, as we know, since we talked about egg. So it can be challenging sometimes, but if you're in the mission of scoring and keeping up, and he basically has, despite Coliseum and Donnert now from Jason Keller, Dave is basically within a tempo, having not bingoed yet here. And that's a testament to his scoring power, and making the right plays, such as Zoo and Fix, both scoring very, very nicely for him. Atomy at the beginning, doing decently well. So it's good to see he's making sound decisions, despite the tiles early on not really combining favorably for him. He's really made the best of what he's gotten. And yeah, it's nice to see this is hotly contested so far.
I kind of like that he had Wyver off to the side, WIVER. That would have played to the R of Donnert, scoring him 30 points as opposed to the 35 of a wave. Wave does feel very, very scary. Your opponent is playing to or through that E a lot of the time, most of the time, if not all of the time, unless if they're stuck with all vowels, right? So your opponent does have, 7 random tiles, so rack is probably worse than average. It's hard to turn down those 35 points in a game this close. You really want to be ahead as much as you can be. He will end up scoring 35 points for this, coming down at 241 once this play goes down. Wyver also, respectable. So I really like taking the points. I like being greedy here.
Yeah, I think the points are totally fine. Triple being the worst case scenario, but otherwise you would expect in most cases the board stays relatively open. Julep, admittedly, it's really nice for Jason Keller as far as it leaves our S and C left over, and it really gives Dave nothing back as far as, 8s ending in J. That's not usually something we ever think about or discuss. And then Julep just doesn't open anything in the bottom quadrant at all. So the bottom left quadrant is effectively dead. There are 9s available through AR and IT, perhaps, with different letters. He certainly doesn't have those different letters right now. So when we're looking at spots on the board, the top left, given that P and O are in the open there, there's some words, that end in P and O as far as 8-letter words, but for bingos, that's a pretty difficult spot as well. So the left half of the board is already dead in that sense.
Right.
Right side of the board, the bottom right quadrant is not really available at all for that. It's really just the I and the A from Konya as far as potential for long words. And you can kind of see that to some degree with the score line here. They're both pretty close. It's really just 20-some points between them with 28 tiles. So really just a little over a quarter of the game left to go. I don't think we're going to see some really big scores in this one unless something really changes in the next couple of turns in particular. Dave continuing to be G'd. Lots and lots of G's. Forget about it. That's what he's got there. Forget it.
Showing us what he was thinking with his tiles of FUGGED.
Much.
Yeah, absolutely. Not feeling great about this rack. Egg on his rack yet again, and this time Egg actually might be the play. He's going to be able to score 28 points with Egg.
Fudgage.
Seriously, I mean that's really what his situation feels like right now. I mean, drawing all these consonants, it's not what you want to do. There's so few vowels. How did this even happen? Well, that's because all the vowels came out in the beginning. They came out in Coliseum. They came out in Uoi. They came out like all the vowels that he was struggling with before are here, escaping his clutches now. And EGG coming down, that would be 28 points. I feel like that is a really nice play here. He's seen the fug spot for himself under UI making IF. I feel like that F, on his rack is kind of a boon. The board has become so closed, as you've mentioned, Jesse, that tiles that, we usually would think of as unfriendly tiles or clunky tiles, we only do so because they don't allow us to bingo very easily, right? But they're scoring tiles, and on a board that's getting blocked further and further, they're becoming a lot more helpful to us. So something like like the F, if you hold it back, it's not that big of a deal because you're really not necessarily expecting to bingo unless you bingo from the I or from the A. So, or like to the O of potted, as you already mentioned. So Egg here, I think perfectly fine. Fug, also fine. You want to get those points. I think there's a chance that he didn't see the egg spot because if he had, I think we would have seen it on his rack by this point. I think he tunnel visioned on finding something with F and getting one of those 3 S's in the bag, or maybe a blank.
I think with Fug, when you are considering from Dave's point of view, your opponent has just played Julep. The turn before that, they had Donnert as a bingo. So random rack after Donnert, Julep has been played. You don't really have much information to infer after Julep either. The board, as we've discussed, pretty grim as far as what's available. And Jason Keller has made an exchange relatively quickly with the letters that he did have because his also weren't that pretty. Right. And given the score was level in this game, he decided it was worth it to go for something a little bit more conducive to bingos. He's also just seen Fug come down, so he seeing that there's S's and blank in the bag available, and deciding, you know what, it's okay to go for it. If my opponent has it, well, I'm in trouble, but I can't play scared thinking that, oh, they already have it, it's inevitable. He can see that the pool is, there's certainly a mix of things to be drawn there. So yeah, totally fine. He's pulled archers in this case, so definitely quite nice for him, assuming that's not obstructed. We look at Dave's choices, and they involve G's yet again.
I mean, he's really struggling with these G's at this point. So he's found the word digital that will open up some space underneath the A and L of digital. So he's identified that as a possibility for blowing this board open. He knows that he's going to want to keep up in terms of score, but also can draw into something relatively okay with this bag, the S's and the blank being really, really nice. And I think the other thing is that he wants to play more tiles, right? Like you kind of want to go for those S's and the blank by playing a lot of tiles. It does increase your chances of drawing a Q, but you know what? There's only one Q and there's 3 S's. So there's a chance that, if you're playing a lot of tiles, one of them might be the Q, but the other one, you might draw an S, you might draw an E, you might draw something that goes and helps you with this board. So Fug leaving that open and untouched, perfectly acceptable. Digital also a good play. I do like the idea of playing ligged as well, Ligged, to the G of Fug. I like the idea of playing off those tiles and, making it a little harder for your opponent to come down with an obvious S play. Then again, the exchange 2 doesn't really speak much, except that, they have 5 nice tiles, and the rest of them, maybe they have a consonant overload, just given the ratio in the bag.
Yeah, it could be, it's going to be a very interesting set of decisions here from Dave. He's played Fug. Of course, that was to create opportunities both for him and potentially his opponent. He's just seen his opponent has exchanged 2. So you've got to be pretty nervous at this point in time about the potential for your opponent's rack, given that there are the 3 S's unseen to Dave and a blank in the bag. A change of 2, you can at minimum infer an S. I'm not sure if you can exactly infer a blank in this case. You can pin it as being very possible. But you are, of course, at minimum assuming your opponent can utilize the spot that has just been created on your own part. So playing something involving that spot, just given Dave does not hold one of those S's or blank, that seems pretty much a given here to me. Digital at the bottom, I think in another scenario where your opponent hasn't just changed 2, I think that's considerable. It's not so much Dave needs to play scared here. That's not the way he's ever played, really. It's just more making a calculated decision, acknowledging that, yeah, your opponent has something really good that they've decided merits changing only 2. So doing something with the most obvious spot, weighing in his mind for sure, as far as the choices. Ligged, as you mentioned, is one of those choices. Plays that underlap Fug as well. The G that he has on his rack still, that creates words where UG is one of the underlap plays. He has multiple I's, so GI, that's quite naturally going to be part. He could be considering maybe just the 2 tiles, GI, but then that doesn't really obstruct the obvious S hook on Fug at all. So yeah, it looks like he is opting for Ligged, which is a great play, using the inferences there to at least make it harder. The E in Ligged and the D in Ligged are both there as far as items to play through. But the idea usually is, if someone has a great rack, then fine. You have to make them look at the board differently. And Jason, to his credit, immediately finds the 8 that is available to him for the most points. It's nice.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry for interrupting you. I'm just saying that digital, would have given that on a triple, and Dave couldn't have known this, but yeah, like by playing digital, you actually really do increase your opponent's bingo percentages by quite a bit. So yeah, Ligged here, a fantastic play. I love it. Sorry, Jesse, back to you.
Oh no, you're all good. You're all good. I think we really just covered the same points here. I think you can be annoyed, of course, if you're Dave seeing this play come down, but I think he'll be happy when analyzing later here that Ligged, by all accounts, is one of the plays that at least forces your opponent to find something different, that gives you more chances to possibly draw into something good. And Dave is, by not not completely out here, but it is pretty grim.
Yeah.
Airy is just one option that comes up right away using the R-ing Cressard that's just come up.
Hmm.
It doesn't create any more openings on the board, but he does have the blank. He does recognize that there is the P and the O in potted at the top for, there's generally speaking fewer H's that end in those letters, but there are some, and if anyone can find them, it's him. He's pulled a nice combination of letters here. So this will be exciting to see what happens back on his turn. Jason Keller has drawn, well, quite dreadfully, post bingo draw here. And when you're Jason, the most ideal scenario for you is to obstruct, but also you want to get rid of the queue. So cut, yep, understandable as far as getting rid of that, not getting stuck with it. And it's a nice break for Dave to have a shot using the I and the A in Konya to make eights with this really nice rack on his turn.
Yeah, I mean, Dave now looking at the queue come down with a sigh of relief because otherwise that was the last eye that he had. It would have been very scary for him to play off this eye, possibly be stuck with a Q. There's no U's, there's no I's. He would have needed the Q and the T to be able to play cat. So really, though, he can kind of breathe a sigh of relief here. I don't know if there are any possible bingos for him here. I believe he might have to open up some space, possibly.
Dave is very low on time. Yeah, so this is an 8-tile endgame for him. He's got to figure out all the combinations of words that he could pull out of the pool. Bingo's in multiple spots. I mean, he is Dr. Bing after all, so he's going to find all the possibilities. I think actually, as unusual as this position looks, Jason Keller has to think about how not to get V stuck, for example. And in lots of cases, you open up places. I mean, if you're blocking the I or the A in Konya, you're playing shorter, and then perhaps you can't obstruct what's on the top left, for example. So Dave's looking for things ending in P, with anything he can draw out of the bag when he fishes off one. He's, of course, going to look for anything that goes from the A in Konya all the way down to the triple word scored there. So when you're Dave, you're looking at the pool and seeing two vowels, they're both O's. Otherwise, you're assuming you're drawing a consonant, So you see B, D, V as those consonants for the most part, and then R's. So instinctively, you're thinking, ideally for the clunkier consonants, you want maybe one at the most in most cases. So playing off the M is the intuitive, immediate thought here.
Oh, he's gonna play all Marys right now. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. I mean, I don't know why I didn't see that as a possibility. I guess, does he get V stuck? Maybe that's why he's not supposed to bingo here.
Yeah, I think in the odd scenario that you get the V, there is a VAR on the AR that's in wave. I haven't looked to see if there's any other spots for the V besides that one. But yeah, I would say that the V stick is the point of concern with bingoing right away.
Interesting.
Jason Keller with just under 16 minutes on his rack.
So, do you think he can score a lot here? I believe he might be able to, right? Like, I mean, let's take a look. Okay. He has a really nice scoring spot that's gonna hurt quite a bit. So, Dave now with 389 to Jason Keller's 352. There's a pretty nice spot for Jason that's going to use 4 of his tiles. And he's not actually going to try and go out. But the thing is, he can still win insanely enough with these tiles. So if we look to, and I'm going to spoil this for you guys unless I hear in the next 5 seconds, please don't spoil the end game for me. And I see that some of our viewers have already seen a version of this. And yes, it is the word ODSO. It is going to pluralize Crossword, so it will play for 22. It will play for 46 points. That S is going to bail Jason out. He's already seen it. He knew that he needed to put something with an S down there. He just needed to find something great. And I believe he might be able to win this by 15 points. I think maybe just Dave needed to not bingo immediately. There were a few draws that he had that would have bingoed for him. The B would have given him abseiled. The D would have given him abseiled to the from the A. Then again, the R would have given him abseiler. I believe there must have been something with the V. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. But then again, he would have drawn one tile out of the bag, and his opponent would have known with perfect knowledge what he had. So it would have been really, really tough for him. Alewives with a V draw. That's crazy.
So Otso, I believe, scores 46, does it not? So,
yes.
So 46 would be 398. Dave is at 389. So I think we need to make sure the scores are correct here, because if I look, Otso scores 46, yes, but Gob immediately in that spot should be sufficient, no?
So oh wait, you're right. Oh, he's gonna lose by 15 points. My bad, folks. Reading comprehension, not my strongest suit.
So yeah, we'll just make sure the scores are correct. I think they are, based on what I see. If I look over at the live annotation now, I think, yeah, Otso is good, but I think Dave is still fine with the win.
Oh, yeah, you're right. And there is a really, really nice, play with just Ob for 12 points. Kudos to Dave. He will take away a victory on this game. Insane. Really, really insane.
Nice vision by Jason to maximize his end game here with a lovely play of odds. So it's certainly not an intuitive play necessarily, but let's go to the overhead audio once they get the final scores.
Oh, we did it. 396. Yep, 147. Yep, 226. 226.
They're recounting.
268. 339. 351. 396. Yeah. I drew QB twice. That was. I mean, and also even just like, well, yeah, this blocked because I was like, oh, if you don't play this, then I just have archers right here, and yeah, it's very good looking for me. And
yeah, that was a tough
yeah,
play. I didn't have the blank.
Well, yeah, I figured, I felt like, yeah, it was a little bit, because yeah, like my post bingo draws, like I was actually in great shape when I did that, and I didn't hit. I drew 3 A's, then I drew a troll net minus L, then I drew 3 N's, and then I drew both H's, and then I played Honk leaving HJR and drew RL and Q.
Yeah,
This was
we were drawing bad enough that I couldn't stay in the game.
Well, just even like if I left a V for you or something, like, right? Or even if just somehow like the B was, you had like something in the way here that maybe just whatever you have, you're gonna bingo. But if I could have just played Arvos, because that was what I was looking at, just to block if you didn't have the bingo, then I think I'm fine. Yeah, but. And I thought when you played this, and I'm like, okay, we're off. We're good. We're looking good. And then I'm like, okay, we're looking good.
So we have some insight with their post-mortem analysis at the end of the game here. Arvo came up as an immediate thought in terms of blocking the lane to the triple word score on the right there late in the game. Really, it came down to Dave determining whether his winning chances were high enough to play the bingo right away. I think the fear with any analysis there when looking at that position is what ways you can possibly lose after. And drawing the V is really the only way uh, that you can lose in that situation with perfect endgame play. Notably, if you draw the V after this, then you can't play odd so necessarily in that spot because it gives gup. You can play zo without the O on the front until later and nickel and dime your way through the end game that way. So it's basically a 1 in 8 chance that Dave loses if he pulls the V after that. Ultimately, you play the odds in that case, which is what he did there, and really instructional when you look at just some of the things on the board that Dave did. Ligged a really nice play, making the correct inference that his opponent was close to mingoing here. And credit to Jason, for finding Cressard, basically immediately putting it down on the board. And, with credit to Jason Given for the word finding there, think about the ratio here where Dave's only bingo was at the end of the game. Almary's, and he ended up winning this one on a nice end game sequence, despite not drawing as well in terms of bingos.
Yeah.
So it's really solid play. And, Dr. Bing winning with only one Bing, as much as he knows the Bings, he knows other words, and the strategy is strong. Thoughts from you, on the rest of this game?
I have to say, as you said, Dr. Bing here showing why he is the best of the best. He is finding all the best plays. It's like he's got a computer running in his own brain, just going through all of the options, what they give back, why is this best, and letting us explain those options to you guys. Thank you so much for watching with us alongside this game. What an exciting one. I can't believe it came down to just like 15 points. That's really crazy. Heart in my throat, really.
Yeah, and with all the rounds coming up from here, it's King of the Hill, and even more King of the Hill. So it takes a while to get the pairings all done based on all the results coming in. So I don't think we quite have the next matchup yet. Once we do, we'll certainly let you know what we're covering here on board 3. But in the meantime, it's a quick break for us. Coming back as soon as we possibly can, it is Jesse Matthews and
Nits Shakti. See you guys.
See you soon. Okay, welcome back to the 2026 Causeway Challenge here in Bangkok, Thailand. We are covering this matchup between Jason Keller of the United States and Joshua Castellano of the United States. Our intro is going to be a little bit different today. So we have 3 people in the room for this round, starting out with me, Jesse Matthews from Canada. I am joined by...
Nit Shakti.
And then we have a third special guest. We are very proud to introduce a world champion is in the room with us for this round, none other than Pakorn Mitramansuk. Welcome, Pakorn.
Thank you.
Woo! Hey, Pakarn.
Hello.
We are privileged to have Pakorn here today and to lend us his expert analysis. He has come out of retirement to lend us his voice and his wisdom. He's busy as an architect in Thailand. That's taken a lot of his time. But for today, we have managed to convince him to come and say hi and talk to us a little bit about this game that he loves as much as we do.
Yeah.
All right. If you happen to have questions for Pakorn in the chat for those watching, we'll see if we can pass them on, get them answered, but he'll help us analyze this exciting matchup between 5th and 6th place. They are both very much in the running to win this tournament still. They have lots of spread. Josh has plus 1,117 for his spread. He's won by lots. And Jason Keller with plus 752. Very nice spread for him as well. So they just need to keep on winning, keep up the solid performance.
Is Plighter a word? P-L-I-G-H-T-E-R? I believe it is. He would have loved to go second with this rack.
Yeah, Plighter would be a word. There's no I on the board for him, unfortunately. So instead, there's lots of consonants, only one vowel, just the E. And this is not the easiest to do. So Pakorn, in this situation, what do you think? What would you be thinking right now?
Helped is good. No.
Help? Or helped?
Helped is good. I'm not sure.
No,
Just
help.
Yeah, you think of H-E-P-T, helped, possibly?
Yeah.
That's good.
Perth is the city, yes. But it looks
Showing that I'm retired.
Yeah. No, you're being fun. You're being gracious with us. Help is a good play as far as it uses lots of consonants. Maybe PHT would be my thought. That would keep the E, which blends with a lot of things. I might consider foot, but help or peg maybe. P-E-G-H might be another consideration.
Like peg. I like PhD as well. I don't want to get rid of that E, especially if I'm keeping the G back at that point.
PHT. I like PHT.
Yeah.
But Corin officially says PHT is what he likes the most. Pretty hard to argue with that.
G-R-E-L is R and L is good consonant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like Burns.
Totally agree with you there. Josh now stuck with more O's and more I's than he knows what to do with. He does have one play that will get rid of these duplicate O's and duplicate I's. It will unfortunately keep the Y back if he does something like Mooi, M-O-O-I, and that will allow him to, score 18 points. The the H-I and M-O-O-I combo allowing him to score pretty well here for the rack.
So Josh's letters, they're a little bit awkward, not the easiest to mix together. Some of what Nitz has mentioned. Moi is one possibility. That's M-O-O-I. It scores 18. It does balance some here. It keeps the I and the S, but the Y is really not the easiest to mix with longer words. It's good in the short term for scoring, but not so good with the longer words. Another point of consideration, it is far fewer points. There's oily, using the L in help, but it really just gives back a lot right away with the O hooked in that spot. That's almost balanced, but I wouldn't do that just because of how much it gives back right away.
Let's think about what we know about Josh Castellano, right? Like, he's very strong on his equity plays. So he's seen Mooi, which is, one of those really, really nice plays. Also making E-M-L-O-P-O and Mooi, great play. He could also done something like Paioi, but I think Mooi is so much more defensive, and I really like this.
Yeah, and I think ultimately it's okay. The Y is not ideal as far as how it combines for longer words, but this is fine. It's really nice and balanced as well. What do you think, Popcorn, when you look at the different options? Are you playing Moi? Do you like something else? What do you think?
It's oily and moist, quite equal. Yeah.
Yeah. What would you think about Pioi, P-I-O-Y?
So maybe this play. What do you think about maybe this
Sets
one?
up an E that you don't have.
It's quite close.
Oi or Moi
And a
or
blank
Lee.
on Josh's rack now. Jason's struggling with a lot of consonants though.
Yeah, so Jason is going to be looking to get rid of as many consonants as possible here. He has the R, the S, and the T, which are all very nice. There's just two of the R's and two of the T's. And not many places to play these consonants on the board for very many points.
Any overlaps that stick out to you folks? Ooh, port. Did not expect that. That hardly scores anything, only 8 points. I don't know, I kind of like the idea of just continuing to staircase on this board. What about you guys?
Yeah, I think options, I mean, Strag blows up the rack in one way, but it does keep the RT left over. It does score a lot of points in this case, so I would have a hard time turning that down. Alternatively, there are plays like Garth is only 10, but RST is such a strong lead, it's at least worth talking about. Having said that, I can see Port. I don't think I would do it though. I think it doesn't score enough to keep that G. I would rather do Garth.
But not just that. I mean, I feel like, after the play of Mui, you can infer a lot of vowels for your opponent, and you're putting out this very easy consonant, really like bingo-friendly consonant in a double line, and now you're going to get punished for it by 94 points. Now, it doesn't happen every single time that you get punished for this, but you are providing a consonant to an opponent who's just played off 3 vowels.
So Sedulity, a very nice high-scoring play coming down almost immediately. And Jason still has,
Bangster, yeah.
Jason still has lots of consonants, but this time, as you mentioned, Bangster is an option that can come down in response. So some back-to-back bingos we expect to come up here. Lots of points.
Yeah, not much to discuss here except, see your bingo, find your bingo.
Tag is good. T-A-G-G-E-N. Stack is good. S-T-A-G.
Mm-hmm.
I think tag. T-A-G.
Yeah, for any of the plays where there isn't a bingo for a Bangster, yeah, that'd certainly be a thing.
No, I mean last move.
Oh, the last move,
Yeah.
yes,
Making
instead of
gem?
Port.
When you play pot.
Are you thinking making gem and setting up your S?
Yeah, so on the last move, so Popcorn's insight, just to go back since we're waiting for Jason, is on this turn where there was A-G-R-R-S-T-T, Popcorn's suggestion is tag on top of EM and the H in help, playing tag instead.
Not balance. Maybe the pot is so few points.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
agree.
So Popcorn's insight is that Port is too few points indeed on that last turn. That a play like tag on top wouldn't have given as much back.
He hasn't seen Bangster. Oh no.
So now back to this turn after Sedulity. It looks like Jason has not seen Bangster and will instead play Brag. So this is a big miss as far as well, not even just for the equity, but just the nature of this board, just what it does to it, obstructing that S and that E. He definitely needed to find that here. Big swing.
That's really rough for him. I mean, he really, really needed to find that.
So over to Josh. Josh has D, F, G, I, J, O, W. So clunky, certainly, but there's lots of options to score. So Popcorn, if you have this rack right here, you have 112 points to 46. What do you do? What are you thinking as far as scoring choices? What do you like to do? Do you like Jow, for example? J-O-W? What do you think about Jow?
Okay.
Do you like it Do you like it underneath solubility, for example, using SOEW?
W O F, WOF.
WAF as the other suggestion from Pacorn, that's in the same spot there.
Yeah. WAF is nice. I agree with that. I really like the play of WAF.
So let's talk about a few reasons for WAF and what it does. So WAF instead of Jiao, yes, Jiao technically scores a little bit more, but Jiao offers back a lot of points easily. So if you play Jiao, then the A or the O goes underneath for really easy points for the opponent. WAF doesn't give that quite so much, and you can still score with the J on the next turn. You're ahead in this game if you're Josh Castellano. So as long as you keep on scoring, giving yourself chances to score, this works really well.
Yeah.
If you play Jiao, if you draw the E, you can play Fitch.
Ooh,
Big score there.
nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I really like your instinct with WAF because with WAF, your opponent is likely either going to play under WAF or they're going to play under, making BE or something. Like they're going to play it on the triple, right? So there's two options. But the second you put Jiao down, once Jiao comes down, your opponent is most likely playing under Jiao. It scores way too much for them not to play there. So by playing WAF, you're actually splitting up the chances of where they're going to go. Now you have to hit underneath Bragg. What, has helped out Josh is that, his opponent doesn't have an A or an O, so he's not going to be able to hit that spot very much, but, the J still gets used up.
VU, not good.
Jiao is better.
So Pacorn saying Jiao is better.
I didn't notice EW.
There you go. So Pacorn is being very gracious here. He's been retired for a while.
New word, right?
EW is a newer word that was added since he retired. So now that he's seen it come down, Pacorn says Jiao, he believes edges out WAF slightly.
Don't care the J.
Yeah, Pacorn likes getting rid of the J sooner.
Yeah, they're very close. I do agree. I'd say they're both within a point. So.
As fast as you get rid of the JQXC, you get faster chance. You get bingo in the next.
That's true.
In the future.
Yeah, so this is
find fidgeter, I believe.
Yeah, so Josh has fidgeter in his rack. Fidge, as Pacorn mentioned, at minimum playing to the E and Bragg. There's lots of scoring opportunities here for Josh regardless. Pacorn talked about playing Jiao because getting rid of the high counting tiles like J sooner gets you closer to playing bingos more often. And part of what Pacorn was known really well for was all the bingos he would play.
Sorry, regifted is the only one in there. My bad. Fidget are not a word. Common phony that I try in my. Wait, no, is that not a word? Or maybe it just doesn't fit. Sorry, folks.
So Fidge, as Pacorn mentioned before, is on Josh's.
It is a word. My bad. It is a word. Sorry.
So Fidge playing off the B and Bragg is here for a very high score of 40 points. As mentioned, that is one of the advantages of playing Jiao last turn, as Pacorn mentioned, is just one E is needed to score with Fidge next turn, and you're unlikely to have it obstructed because of the J.
Bingo if the J down the open D, the fidgeted.
Yes,
so
yes.
Between Fidge and Fisted, which one would you prefer here,
Fidget is
Pacorn?
what?
Fidget.
Fidget is 40 points here, making VE.
Fidgeted and fidgeter.
Yeah. So it's just that fidgeter doesn't fit. I saw the R and I thought, oh, fidgeter, and then I saw, oh, it doesn't seem to show up on the engine. So perhaps I was considering a phony, but it's just that there's not enough spots. So now it seems like for Josh, there's two considerations: fisted through the S, so FISTED, fisted, and also fidge underneath Bragg, making BE. So which of these would you prefer?
Fidge.
So Fidge, an immediate answer from Pacorn. His preference is for Fidge.
And EST there is very, very easy, but EST there kept the ET, right? And the S is opening there.
Yeah, so Pacorn giving some insight here that Fidge keeps ET. ET blends really well with the S, assuming it stays open at the bottom.
I think the D floating.
Yes.
At Fidge also.
Perfect. I love that we're in sync here. So I was going to say right after the S that besides the S on the bottom, the D in Fidge, you can make ED words for much longer 8-letter words while you're still scoring. With 40 points for Fidge, it does lots of good things. And Josh is thinking the same. and plays Fidge for lots of points. Very nicely played.
I have to say I can understand why he might pick Fidge here. Sometimes you want to be greedy, you see that E, you want to go for ED bingos, but that S just screams volatile to me, and I kind of don't want to leave that variance on the board when I'm up this much. I really want to take away any chances of my opponent easily coming back into this game. So if I'm up this much, what I'm thinking is, how do I immediately lose? How does this game get out of control? And it's a triple through the S. So my opponent has just played TS, which means they're holding good tiles back. They're not afraid of getting rid of that S, right? So I'm actually trying to do fisted because I'm a little worried about what I can infer about their back, but that's just a personal preference.
And just show that the opponent should hold something that no vowel. Useless to play just with the S there.
Yes.
It's not difficult to play S there. So you have to blue the consonant.
I was going to say something very similar. I love that we're on the same wavelength. So Juts, as Pakorn is mentioning, Juts reveals that you don't have anything like an O or an A when you play that. You're saying, yes, I have an S, that I have one left, but I don't have an O or an A. Otherwise, I am playing horizontally underneath of Jiao. So Jut says, not only do I have an extra S, my rack is really, really bad.
No vowel.
Yeah, it's really bad. So that's also part of why Josh would consider something like Fidge. It is true, leaving the S, as Nitz has mentioned, it leaves volatility. It leaves the opportunity for a worst case scenario. Having said that, Jut suggests a really, really bad rack. So that probably pushed Josh over the edge to doing Fidge a little bit more, just with the inferences there. Really, really interesting, insightful position there, because Fisted scores so well. It blocks the position. Josh is going for something probability-based that he doesn't believe, based on the play, that it's a danger for now. But on this turn, less to infer. We'll have to see as we go back.
Rotative, nice.
Rotative.
Yeah.
Great find. Look at that.
Only bingo there. Nice.
Oh, you're being modest.
Sure.
It's a little scary, right? Like, I mean, you're going to play rotative for 65.
Not good English.
Oh.
Your English is perfectly fine,
So good.
and we're very lucky to have you here. So
Rotative is a nice find.
Yeah.
That is a word. So that's the one that goes through the I in Fidge. Good spot for Josh next turn if it is not obstructed. In the meantime,
yeah, the S a little scary, but I feel like you have to take. Oh no! Look at that. So he's got those fingers up. He's going through his rack. He's trying to find a short word that he can play. I think he's scared about the S. I don't know if he's seen rotative. I hope he has. Okay, there we go. He has seen it. He's going to go ahead and play it. I guess he just wanted to see if there was something better through the S that he could play that would make sense not to play the bingo here. But the bingo, 65 points, you have to do it. You have to
well done. Nice find. Nice find by you as well. You found the word. Pakorn, good job.
So you shut down the computer.
we don't need computer. You're right.
Yeah.
We have you. We have you. You are the computer.
One more tile for Jason. We cannot see for now, but we will find that out for you before you know it.
So QSEORS. Josh's tiles are face down. Oh, okay. No, he's not in a hold.
Yeah, he just takes forever to do his tracking before he sees his tiles.
To you left.
2 U's left. So Pakorn's mentioning right away that with Jason's Q, a point of consideration when he's thinking about his next move is there are just 2 U's.
190 points behind. And if he exchanges, then the game is over.
Yeah.
You have
Yes.
to struggle to play something score and hope for
Yeah.
the QU.
This is really good insight because we've talked in the last 2 days about what do you do when you're behind.
5-eye.
Yes, so there's 6 eye.
6-eye. So 6-eye to you. If you draw the I next move, QIS there to score.
You have to do SUQ somewhere, right? Like through the U of stability, you have to get rid of that S and the Q, right?
The S will be not there, right? Because Joshua will block it.
Yeah.
Maybe you have to find another Q spot.
So it looks like he's not playing the Q for now. He's instead going for Rios, which is really interesting in this case because like Juts, it suggests that you have another S. So you're telling your opponent you have another S. And He's also not playing Eros. He's playing Rios instead. So yeah, it's really interesting to try to get into his mindset here. He has pulled the U, so now he has a U with the Q, but he has the Z and the F, so it will be challenging for him on the next turn. Meanwhile, back to Josh.
I just feel like, for Jason, playing SUQ through this the U of sedulity is fine. Like, you keep your S, you can usually hook that. Yeah, sure, Josh might block the S, the triple, but you still have the R of rotative, the O of rotative, the T of rotative. You're still gonna bingo on this board, and the lead is so much more friendlier for bingoing. Your bingo percent chances, like, they really like plummet after Rios. Like, you really need those tiles. Keeping Q, I don't know how I feel about that. But yeah, as you said, on to Josh. He's gonna have to block that S now or never.
Yeah, I think now is the time to play along the bottom line here somewhere, just because the longer you go, the more chances there are for a worst case scenario. And Josh is almost up to 100 points now. It's 170 points. The only place that you can get 170 points is if you hit bingo, triple. Well, now is the time to play something at the bottom. Something like Isoline, or I believe Cylon is a little bit better in this case, or even Sea Lion. They all accomplish the same thing. They block up the bottom, and yeah, he's playing Sea Lion. New word.
I like Ciela. I like Cylon. I like your idea of keeping the E back.
In Singapore, Sea Lion.
Yes. Yes. Very good. So Sea Lion played on the bottom. This uses lots of letters. It blocks the triple line on the bottom, which makes it harder for Jason Keller to come back in this game, where he's now down almost 200 points.
Really rough for him in this situation. And the U, he's gonna have to play it. He's playing Futz.
So in this case, it's just so many points. The alternative is something like Souk at the bottom, but Souk is blocking a bingo lane at the bottom and using the last S that he has after he's played off a few more already. So Futz is what he has decided to do instead of Souk.
I just feel like when you're down this much, at this point, you're not really thinking about how am I going to win this game as much as you're thinking about how am I going to stem the blood flow here, like how am I going to reduce my spread. And I think that when you do something like Souk, keeping BF and Z, the Z is so much more flexible. You don't want to get stuck with that Q. So I kind of like Souk just a little bit more, but Futz right up there. It scores more. And yeah, as you mentioned, it keeps the S. You draw an I, you get Q, I, and S somewhere. So I totally understand why you might be in favor of Souk. Sorry, why you might be in favor of Futz.
Now over to Josh, who's looking to really just continue to score if there's no easy way to block this board. Because why not when you're up by 140? Your opponent needs to have, because you're up by 140, they need 2 bingos and then more than that to win the game. So blocking the board doesn't really serve your purposes. When you already have this big of a lead, you want to score more points. But Corn, where do you want to score points on this board?
It's just sort of fast creating WAQ, WAQF.
Mm-hmm.
WAQF good.
Yeah.
So WA and W still 4A and W. So you can play WAQ here.
Okay, interesting point of view here. So Pacorn is mentioning FUT.
63.
Part of why it's good is WAQ score is basically a bingo score without bingoing, and there are lots of A's in the bag. There is still the ability to draw the W, long shot, mind you, but it's there, to score without bingoing. So that is a point in favor of FUTs. Very, very nice insight. Thank you for that.
Cacti, an interesting play from Josh. I don't know if I like that as much as I would have liked something like Actin, ACTIN. Cacti, maybe a little dangerous because a lot of bingos start with the C, especially 8-letter words, so you're kind of increasing your opponent's bingo percentage by putting that out in space.
So Cacti was played at the top. The alternative, Tika, was the alternative, and Pacorn has given the nod to Tika, liking this a little bit more in the same spot on the top.
No, I didn't mention that. I just saw.
Oh, you saw it. Okay.
I saw the result in the computer.
Okay. There you go. So so you're analyzing between Tika and Cacti and Actin as it's mentioned. Yeah. Buckhorn, you like to take your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the things Buckhorn was known for was taking a long time on the earliest positions to find all the different possibilities.
The companies, they
That's so
place
cute.
too fast.
Yes.
Slow down. You can comment more.
Yes.
You can think more.
Buckhorn is putting it out in the universe to these players to slow down, give him more time, provide that analysis. You know, and this is part of what made you so good when you played. You were calm and cool and collected and finding the moves with all the time.
But sometimes I lose without with the time pressure also.
Yes, this is the downside. You know, if you don't have enough at the end. Yes.
Nigel style is the best.
Nigel Styles
Make
the best.
sure you have enough time at the end of the game.
On to Josh now. Jason having exchanged down to HS, maybe HRS also valuable. I think with HS, you're kind of like trying to go for the blank at that point, or maybe, you know, some scoring tiles. Getting rid of the Q, good decision in this moment, I think. Josh, yet again with those fingers up, he's going to try and find a good short play here. He's just trying to make sure he can permutate through the tiles that he has.
You can see with his eyes right now, he's like, like just using the Jedi mind tricks to try and find those words in his head and calculate the best possible options here, sending out all the energy to see if he can find it.
One really, really high scoring play available for him through the F, but that's a little hard to see. So he might be focusing on the C a little bit instead. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Picard has already spotted it. It is Omnify indeed. And Josh sees it.
Yeah, Omnify to the F and Futs. Nice play.
Yeah.
You're ready to
Beautiful.
win, Popcorn, already. Win all the games.
Yeah.
Great play.
Jason now drawing the U that he would have liked to see with the Q, but stuck instead with this rack. Picard, at this point, if you're losing by this many points, do you just switch to just scoring as much as you can, or do you try and go for a bingo?
Now you have to look at the scoreboard to calculate calculate the spread of the opponent.
No, this is good. This is good. So to recap, just in case Picard's answer didn't get picked up by the microphone, you're in a tournament, and this is hard to capture with computer analysis. You are considering the spreads of your opponents, people who have the same record as you, if you are way above them or way below them, because that can also influence what you do in the game. If you don't need to necessarily contain the spread that you lose by, and instead you have to go for a win in the standing sometimes, that does change the plays you make on the board.
So on the overall spread situation of the players, right? That's it.
This is hard to quantify in a computer analysis for moves sometimes. So that's great insight. Thank you.
Sometimes like the last 2 or 3 games that decide to the final, sometimes you have to wait until you look at the situation of the other board.
Yeah.
It's have some situation like that also. Have to win big, but just make sure you win.
Yeah.
But now it's like 100 and
200 points.
200 points
Yeah.
down.
Just make spread.
Yeah.
So spread, exactly.
Yeah.
Spread strategy now, not win lose.
Jason having gone for HE instead of NAH, so NAH making Orca and AN would have scored a bit more, but now having played just 2 tiles, he has drawn into a bingo, sub-dean and unbased. Both of them, I believe, will play on this board. Unbased, however, would open up a triple-triple, putting the D in the triple. Josh, though, to go here to play at this point, he's got the Q and he's got the blank.
So as Pacorn mentioned, Jason is looking to manage the loss of spread at this point. At the moment, 200. He's hoping in a really best case scenario to make it a loss by 100 or so only. Realistically, at this point in time, that's the best you can do.
He already has a big spread.
Yes.
1-1-7.
Yes.
Yes,
To
good
compare
point.
to other.
Yeah, Eldar has 1,200 something, so within 100 spread points. And then Madhav, I think he had 900, 1,000, something like this. We'll have to look. I'll look and see if I can find it.
Great play by Josh here to put down Quag. It does not box that game. Madhav at about 1,002 in spread, I believe.
1,200. So
Oh,
1216 for Madhav's spread. David Aldar has 1366 for the spread. So it is close for the spread.
Ooh,
So
and Nene is for Josh now, making sub-deans. Very, very quick coming down for him, I believe. Oh, and he's holding sub-dean. Okay, sub-dean allows him to catch up a bit on that spread.
You have bingo. Nay.
Nene's, yes. So this will come down. He has it. He'll put it on the end of sub-deans.
No, nothing.
On the C, I don't think so.
C.
Yeah, there we go.
With the R. 9.
Is there a 9?
I don't know.
No? That would be fun.
A terrible, terrible draw for Jason, but he has drawn into something that will score. An X hotspot has just become available. He's gonna have to take it immediately. I believe that's the best you can really do. You have to stem that that tide of the blood flow.
Yeah, given it's 200 points again, spread management, like Puckhorn said at this point, all you're really doing is trying to minimize what you lose by. So XI is the play here.
Now for Josh, I believe he has to look at the threats on this board, right? Like where the highest scoring bingo is going to go for his opponent if he is able to play something. And they're usually going to start with the C because they're going to go, to the triple. So it would be a good idea, I think, for him to play there. I believe, Puckhorn, have you already pointed out the best play here, I believe?
So Puckhorn was talking about a possible bingo with one different vowel. He was saying Propland was available with an O instead of that second A, which is a nice play.
That's really fancy. Nice. That's a great find.
In this case, with the letters that he does have, what do you like?
On queue up already. Strategy. Just thinking of what
Puckhorn's saying at this point, there's not too much to worry about strategy-wise when you're on Josh's end, other than really it's just, as he mentioned, it's all about spread at this point. For Josh, maximizing it. For Jason, minimizing it. So for Josh, it's straightforward in the sense of score points. It's really just find the words that score on this board and do them since you're going to win.
and still have bingo prawn there.
That's
BW, K, but 3 left. So
Yeah.
if 1B, 1K in the back, so maybe
Yeah, so point of consideration, Puckhorn's saying, is you do have some bingo prone tiles in the bag, but also some really clunky letters to combine with what's already a somewhat clunky rack. So in this case, the schools of thought are you risk the fish to score even more points, or just take the points right away and accept that maybe you think more often than not you draw bad letters from the bag. And that would probably depend on what your opponent has done. Yet your opponent has a random rack. They've just played sub-dean, and then they played XI. You don't know anything about what they have on their rack, because XI is just points. It's not something you're playing to show anything about your rack. You've just taken points. So you have no idea if you are Josh. You don't know what is in the bag. It could be good, could be bad. It is the same.
Seems like coverlet is one of those possibilities here. Josh thinking of PA off to the side. I believe he doesn't want to empty the bag, but I feel like you're up so much, you might as well just go ahead, blow through your tiles as much as you can, and possibly just like don't let your opponent fish one more turn. Though it's hard, to decide between when to leave one in the bag and when to stop your opponent from fishing another time.
So if you are thinking about the threat of the C for something like coverlet, as you mentioned, you can simply play a 6-letter word using the C in cacti just to make that irrelevant and
Exactly.
get points. And if your opponent has a 7-letter word, okay, so be it. They have something like, I don't know, overeat or overate as an example. But that's, a few possibilities. But carpal is points. You might as well take the points if you're going to play on that line. There's no good way to block it to score anything, really.
I really like that.
I like anything like carnal or carpal is even better. Canard, if you like nice French words, that one works as well. I think I like carpal the most.
Yeah, Carpal scoring 33 points. It's so nice. Can't really imagine, giving up those points. I don't want to let my opponent fish again at this point. One minute on Josh's clock and some change. He's gonna have to go through this quickly.
But compared to the chance of the both to have bingo in the next move, VWK in the back, and he already hold only P.
Yeah.
So maybe if he fish 2 letters,
Yeah, you're right. Like maybe he
If
could draw into something.
if he greedy.
If he's greedy, exactly. So Popcorn's
But
correct.
not about greedy, but maybe he have more chance to bingo, and then he play two move, and then maybe he can finish first.
So interesting insight. So Popcorn's mentioned if you're greedy, perhaps you fish off,
He greedy.
and there you go. Popcorn's confirming Josh is greedy in this case, playing the P.
So
He's going for cropland. Nice, yeah.
because I don't know polite word for greedy in English, so
No, that is, I mean,
It
that's
works
yeah,
fine here.
Yeah,
it's fine.
I agree.
It works fine. If you're greedy, it's not always bad to be greedy. It can be good.
Scrabble.
For Scrabble, it's good.
You have
Yes.
to be greedy to play this game.
Yes, and this is a great point Popcorn's bringing up, is Josh has already won. This is not in doubt, but Josh is looking to win by even more. Realistically, he has David Eldar in spread to catch up to, and also Madhav.
Calendar. He
Calendar,
from
yeah.
calendar.
Nice, yeah.
Is this the best version?
Hmm?
This is the best version. Quackle or this one?
So Popcorn's asking about the tool that we have on the side. So this is called Woogles. It's a tool that's very similar to Quackle. So it does simulations and iterations. So the number that's on the right side here, it's like the ones in Quackle that shows you the values. There's a more complicated, in a good way, more complicated analysis now. So very similar. And Jason Keller has played Uke and Pack.
I like it. 35 points for him. Might as well get the points and keep moving on.
Now there's Canard and Carnal as the options remaining on the top line. Josh has lined up Carnal, opting to unduplicate the L. And while we're waiting, let's just see what happened in the other games. So it looks like there's 2 tiles in the bag, a very close game between Madhav and David Eldar. It is 20-point game, very close.
Wow.
Mountable is a nice play that's come down here. So that's a 9 that went down on board 1. And on the other feature match with Dave Wiegand and Tacha, right now, Dave Wiegand with a big game, 5-2-3 to 3-9-4 for Tacha.
Wow.
That's how one.
David Wiegand won. Yeah.
So for Josh now, I'm sorry, for Jason now, he has to block Josh's out. That will be through the EW of Sedulity and the W of Jiao. LEWD plays for Josh. I believe that might be his only out here. So he has to block that. He's about to do so. There we go. He's gone ahead and blocked it. Maybe Teg would have been preferable here, but at this point, it's just it's really just moot.
Josh playing very quickly to play Tide and Ovate. We expect to come down in one of the spots on Jason's next turn here. So strong performance, in particular by Josh Castellano to win this game handily. We have a few points that we can highlight in this game from both sides, but for now, as they verify the scores, we'll have our producer turn on the overhead audio and see if we can possibly listen to what they have to say.
There was one turn which I know. I talked myself out of Bangster here.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
So that just ruined me. And I knew I was like, that sounds wrong. But I'm keeping it. And then everything just on the top of that. So much.
I've been there.
Yeah. Because after that, I mean.
It looked like it's just
and you know
horrendous
what,
draws.
Really horrendous draws.
And then 4 play, and then exchange 5.
Right. Well, that's the thing. This play should have been Bangster.
Right.
I was just like, I can't afford to lose a turn, and so I talked myself out of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, that's like, that's. Yeah, right. Yeah, because I mean, like I said, I mean,
At the end there, I realized, you have. I was wondering if you were gonna go for Reawoke, but it's probably.
Whoa.
I don't know if that was available to you.
It was available
from my
to me, but
perspective.
you know what? Yeah, actually, I didn't think about it at all.
I don't know if it's worth going because I just walk.
Yeah. Right. And I need off this board. I need off this board. Not nice to me in the last game. It was.
You're doing too well. You can't be on board 4 anymore.
What?
You can't be on board 4 anymore. You're doing too well. Your lucky board?
Yeah, my lucky board. Yeah.
All right, so we have gotten some insight in the post-mortem analysis. We'll start with getting some of Nitz's thoughts, and then we'll go over to Pacorn afterwards. So we'll start with Nitz. Nitz, why don't we talk about a few of the key positions in the game?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, Bangster really stands out. If we think about Jason's reaction the second he looked it up, that I think really speaks for the way the rest of his game played out, right? Like he really just needed to find that word, and I think the game could have gone into a completely different direction. The board would have developed in a different way that way. So I feel like Bangster really the key play for Jason there, really bailing Josh out in that position because otherwise they would have exchanged bingos. How about you, Jesse? How do you think?
I'm going to hold my thoughts for a bit longer. Pacorn, over to you. Now we'll just ask you. Do you think there is any move or any play, any bingo maybe that made the difference? The time that one person won, or the moment that one person lost. What do you think in the game? Is there a specific turn that you can see?
Hard to say.
Because we talked about this turn where Bangster did not go down and instead he played drag. So this is a key moment, right?
Yes.
For one of them.
Yeah, big mistake there.
And then we talked about, I think you also talked about the difference between Zhao versus Waff on this turn. So you like Zhao a little bit more in this case. Yeah, so Zhao really good there. Yeah, and then we also heard Jason exchange some challenging tiles a few times. We heard Josh talk about whether Jason should think about fishing for Reawoke near the end of the game off the side of Nene's. That was possible in the pool as well. But then Josh thought, well, maybe I just block it afterwards anyway, even if you do set it up. So yeah, it's a challenging position because we see with this rack that you have to play off the T and the V basically to try and get Reawoke. But you can't really at this point after Pa has just come down. It's blocked your spot to play Vat or Tab or Bet to fish off that. So it's as it is, there was no chance to do that. So just Yeah, it looks like when you think on this board, it's just a very lopsided game, to be honest. And
Yeah.
as you've mentioned, it was the one Miss Bingo just led to a lot of unfortunate things after. So I will just very quickly, just so everyone can see, this is Pakorn. Say hi, Pakorn. So we will see if it is possible, if Pakorn graciously stays with us for a little longer, if we can get some more insight on some of the next rounds. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick little break here. We're going to see what happened in some of the other games. I believe David Eldar and Madhav are still playing, so jump on over to that stream.
I believe their game ended. I
Did
think
it?
Madhav won this one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's still ahead on the top of the leaderboard. What a story.
Yeah.
Amazing. 15 years old and winning the tournament right now. It's incredible. So we're going to take a quick break here from Bangkok. We'll be back in a few minutes. We'll see you soon. Jesse Matthews signing off with
Nets Shakti.
and Pakorn Nimitramansa. We'll be back in a few minutes. Bye. All right, we are back in Bangkok, Thailand on the final day of the 2026 Causeway Challenge. Jesse Matthews here alongside the one and the only
Nits Shakti. Hi, folks. It's round 33. Wow, look at that.
a little retrospective.
These days have just flown by.
Wow.
It's day 4, last day. So it's down to Tatcha and Harshan on table 3 now. 3 more games left today. Jesse, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Definitely very excited about seeing this matchup between Harshan Labadusuriya, who is on a great final run here, vying for the top spot, and Tatcha Kuirat of Thailand, who has been in the top row basically the whole tournament, having an impressive performance. Fun little note, we had Pakorn Nimitramansuk in the booth with us here last round, and Tatcha is actually one of Pakorn's students back when he was starting to learn how to play Scrabble, and Pakorn is highly respected and celebrated in the Thai crossword game community. They've all been having a great time chatting with him, catching up with him between rounds, and Pakorn said he may come back to look at the end of the game here. He has a few work-related commitments to do first, but for now, the student of Pakorn in the house with a nice opening rack.
Of housing, yeah, nice find. Oh my God, it's gonna go down for a bajillion, by which I mean 80 points. A verdi here for us, a vertical player, Tatcha, and he is gonna start off this game with a bang. What is Harshan gonna do? Let's see. I thought I saw Bluet, but that's just a 6 and there's an L in there. So for Harshan, unfortunately, no bingo that I see. And I believe he's just gonna have to play something like, I mean, I guess you want to get rid of the L's, the W, and the B. The best way you can probably do that is through the I, right?
Using the I in housing, I mean, immediately there's Twybill, which doesn't score very many points. If you go with the O in housing in the double word score line, the first thing that comes to mind to me is this billow just stands out in the best way possible as something that clears off not just one, but both of the L's, the W that's a little bit awkward in terms of how it combines with everything. And in this case, you do want to go longer and blow up some of the synergy of the rack. ET is a very nice synergistic leave. You wouldn't want to go shorter to play something like bowl or blow and give up points in this case, because while tile is a very nice combination of leftover letters, I don't think it's worth forfeiting the points here. I think billow is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, good find there. Billow for 22 points. Billow or bellow, I think the two choices here. But bellow, it uses the E, and you'd like the E. The E is a good tile, so billow, I think, would be the great play here. I bet Harshan is just making sure that he's dotted his I's and crossed his T's, looking for any parallels that might go down. BLEW, one of those words that could play to the side of housing. So blue, also a common English word. So far, we're seeing some good common English words here. So nice start for us. No obscurity. But he has seen below, and he's going to play that pretty quickly. There we go. 22 points for him. The U and the W for Tatcha now, which you never like to see, but it does come with a D alongside it. So that makes things slightly easier. I don't think he has to worry about getting rid of the O and the U right off the bat, though, because he does have some scoring plays at the moment.
Yeah, and if you're going purely for points and not thinking so much about your leave here, something like hued comes to mind immediately using the H in housing. That would be thinking that, okay, I'm going to take the points, so I'm not too worried about the leave. Alternatively, if you don't basically leave nothing good on your rack, if you decide instead that you want to think a bit more about balancing and what you have left and developing your rack in the future, then you start to look away from that spot, just because it's hard. It's somewhat challenging to keep ED, for example, without keeping the W with all the realistic options. You ideally would like to get rid of WU and or WO, maybe duplicate E, and there's not really an easy way to do that.
Right.
There is a really crazy option of geoduck using the G in housing,
Ooh.
which I would not advocate for in this case. It would clear off the clunky letters GWEDUC. It just doesn't score enough to merit playing here, but it does deal with the problem of getting rid of the ugliest of the letters. So I think Hewed is one of the candidate plays so far as plays that score really well. There is a really cute play. You can play Cloud or just Clow using the second L of Billow and play straight up and down in this case. And that one does keep EWE, or if you play just Clow, it keeps EWED. So those score a little bit less than Hewed, but it keeps ED with a W, but it keeps ED. So I think it really depends on your priorities here as far as, do you go absolutely for the points with Hewed and keep OCU in this case, or do you go for something that's a little bit more balanced and keeping the ED at the very least, but still a W? It's, I think, not the easiest decision here.
I think Tata is starting to come around to playing something like Plow. He has seen the spot. He's seen LOU at least. Maybe he's holding back the C. I would like him to put the C down for Clow if he is going to play that. I think Cloud is also a defensible play. Gwedek was a really nice spot by you. I believe that takes the K. That was recently played on me for on the triple, so I've taken that lesson to heart, I believe. But yeah, I think I would like to see the WED combo. Like, if Hewed comes down, I think that would be pretty nice. It's 29 points. I really like this. I think at this point in the game, it's pretty useful to continue scoring, I think.
I believe the other merit for Hewed is that it still leaves the same Clow play that you already had.
Right.
You can play Chewed and Clow the next turn if something goes wrong. So I think even though, the leave is not the most ideal, you still have the exact same play as before. And that actually lends itself to why playing Clow, however you want to say it, for the same reason, you can play that and still have Chewed the next turn in a number of cases. But I think more often than not, you will have Clow available after Hewed rather than the reverse. I think it's more often that you would have Clow available still, but maybe not so often that you'd have Chewed available just because it's a scoring hotspot on the board.
Tatra just one tile away from Kuvad, but on to Harshan now, who's drawn many vowels and a Y. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to bingo here, but he does have a high scoring play, two relatively high scoring plays that have become available to him thanks to the way the board has developed. If you look at the word Hewed, it has allowed a spot for WEU, so U being a word would allow words to go across. Now, Harshan has YEA off to the side. I think he's thinking of just playing that. You could do that. It is 30 points. You could also do something like yote, which is the past tense of yeet, a new word that has been added to the dictionary. I feel perfectly fine playing YEA or YAE. I feel like they're all perfectly fine choices. Yote keeping AEI. Maybe it's a little scary to keep that many vowels, but the board, has relatively enough consonants for you to get through. Still, I feel like I like keeping back the T. Just want to have one consonant to keep me safe.
Yeah, I'm in favor of holding on to the T as well. I think it's somewhat minor and nitpicky, but I think between the options, I prefer holding back the T in this case. With my best friend, his name is Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, for those of you who don't know, who has competed exceptionally well on the world stage. We have joked about some unusual Spencerian past tenses in this case. So when you mentioned yote as the past tense of eat, we've talked about, well, what about like the Spencerian past tenses where you throw a Y in front of the word to make it past tense? So we thought, with eat, wouldn't that be like eoten as one example? YYOTEN. That would be the ultimate weird Scrabble word. So we even say it to each other still. We talk about, he hath eoten when someone has left the building.
Oh my God.
So we have not left the building, but we will hath eoten at some point today when the tournament is over. In the meantime, Harshan hath eoten yote as an option and played yay, whatever you want to call it instead. Over to Tatcha.
He is going to put down vocab on this board, I believe. He's put VOCA off to the side. I believe that's what he's looking at. I love your spot of clouds still fitting. The board vision vision there is incredible. So thank you for pointing that out. That is a play that still fits here, 27 points, but vocab so high scoring that I feel like you kind of have to do it, right?
I think with vocab too, it does score more, as you have mentioned. It keeps E, R, and then a U left over on the rack. So the U cluttering it up a little bit, but not so bad. And it scores more at minimum, depending on your draw. You have Eruv if the V stays open to score a little bit with on the next turn. So there's that, and then the S in housing is open if the V in vocab is taken on the next turn. So there's ways in which the U will quite likely come down in a best case scenario with the bingo. There's ways to get rid of it the next turn where it's not so disastrous in this case, and you're also ahead. So vocab's fine. Cloud, whichever. Also because it keeps the fairly strong AERV, the V a little bit cluttery in this case, but overall the rack's still working well together. I can see arguments for both. Vocab is just a little bit more conducive to an open board. In this case, Cloud is a little bit more closed, and it's rather early to completely close the board down. So I think I lean slightly towards vocab, but I could see Cloud as defensible in certain situations. Looking at the spread as well, interestingly, so Cloud is what he is going for. This is a more defensive type of play. And I wonder, I'll let you talk first, and then I was going to say something else after about the spread, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that scoring 5 more points here with vocab is totally worth it. But then again, you know, you are at the Premier Division here. I can understand you being a little hesitant to open up the triple there. It feels a little scary, but I don't know if the V is specifically scary in that position. So, you know, Cloud coming down, it's kind of forcing your opponent to either play on top of or on top of below. So, you know, with vocab, your opponent is usually playing through the V, like they're trying to hit the triple because that's the most obvious scoring spot. Where are they going to score next? They're going to score there. So now that he's played Cloud, you know, your opponent's usually just going to play on top of or, you know, on top of below. Here, of course, one time fitting for Harshan, which is, you know, not something that Tatcha could have predicted, though it does stop monetize. So, Jesse, back to you. What were you going to say about the position?
So spread, interestingly, is a factor here as far as players at this stage in the tournament who are at the top of the leaderboard, as Pacorn so accurately pointed out in the last round. Sometimes the plays you make are based on the spreads of the players around you that you are trying to outgun in the long term. But Tatcha is in a unique position. He has a tie. So this actually makes spread far less relevant to him, except for anyone else that's near him that also has a tie. There is one such player. There is quite the story for this player. That's actually Sami Okasaga, who at one point was in the bottom row on the standings board at this tournament, very early on, mind you, and he's gone on an incredible run since then, now in 10th place. These two players currently are in 5th and 6th, Tatcha being in 5th place. So for Tatcha, it's not as important to build spread as it is for Harshan, because Tatcha just needs to keep on winning. There's really only realistically at this point Sami Okasaga that he has to consider outgunning in terms of building a spread. And as it stands right now, Tatcha is 200 and some spread points ahead of Sami, as well as being a win ahead of Sami. So when Tatcha's considering plays, all he really needs to do is play in a way that allows him to win, and spread means less. So that points back to Cloud, as far as Cloud is more defensive, and that's fine, because Tatcha doesn't need to have a huge spread when he wins. He just needs to win. Whereas vocab, I would see that as going for more points, for building your spread at this point in the tournament, and he doesn't have to, given he has the tie. So I can see this as actually quite strong, even for an offensive player by nature, because you don't need the spread. All you need is the win.
That's a really, really great point that I had not considered. So I really appreciate that insight. Wow. That really, I think, changes the way that we consider Tatcha's plays, right? Like, we could be analyzing them on a very technical basis, removed from the tournament situation. But now that we have this context, we can really think about what his best moves are for the position that he's in this tournament, where, you know, he's still in the running for first place.
And then with Harshan, Harshan does not have a tie in his record. He does, however, have a very large spread. In fact, when I look at the leaderboard, which we'll probably put back on the screen at the end of this round, Harshan has the second biggest spread in the tournament. So he is at plus 1317. The only person with more spread than him is in first place right now, and that's David Eldar, who is at plus 1398. So Harshan's done a great job of not just winning, but winning big in this tournament. The one other person who is within range would be Josh Castellano at 21 wins in this case, one ahead of Harshan, at plus 1265. So Harshan, when he's thinking about what to do here, he's thinking between Dave Wiegand and Josh Castellano, who are playing each other right now. They both have a lower spread than him. Dave is 2 wins ahead of Harshan right now, and Josh is 1 win ahead of Harshan right now. So Harshan, as long as he wins, will be ahead of both of these players on spread. If Josh were to lose, then Harshan would jump over Josh and over in 4th place, which would be really useful. So for Harshan, in a similar sense, of course, he'd like to win by as much spread as possible, but given the relative spread of these other 2 players, he doesn't have to play drastically. He doesn't have to take massive risks in this game. He also just needs to win. Although spread is important, it's not vital that he wins by a huge score. It's just useful if he wins by a huge score. So that informs a bit of the strategy that both of these players will be considering in this game, with Tatcha giving very little importance to spread in this game, and Harshan just less, but not entirely little.
I am a little surprised by this play of Crop. This came down for 28 points, I believe. The only reason why I consider this to be a little strange is because under Vizier, Harshan had a really great opportunity to put down ROM. So he has 4 tiles out on the board right now. His last tile that we can't see is presumably another R. And if that is the case, then the leave of ACOPR is so nice. You bingo so much that I'm a little surprised. Like you're able to score a lot more next turn. You're also keeping your opponent from scoring underneath that spot of Vizier. It's so easy for your opponent with an A or an O or an E to be able to play there that I think it merited taking out that spot from your opponent. Even if you yourself are not bingoing as much, the goal of the game is not just to score a lot, but also to reduce your opponent's scoring opportunities, right? So you're a little surprised by Crop because it gives that opportunity.
Considering plays with the Q, of course, QIN is among the candidate plays just because of how strong the lead is after putting that down. I think there is points of consideration as far as if you were needing to really run up this, if you were looking to run up the spread, perhaps just a change of Q in this case, but I think QIN is fine because you're just aiming to win here and groom the rack. There, I believe, also was the opportunity for Kindar, technically, if you're playing aggressively, making Yin and using the D in Chewed. I don't really think this is necessary at this point in time. Again, because all he needs to do is win. It doesn't have to be by a huge spread. Chin is a perfectly fine play that grooms the rack, scores enough to keep him up by a tempo and some, and makes it, continually probable that he'll stay ahead in this game. So I'm fine with this play. It's defensive, not in a bad way, just purely based on only needing to win, and that's it.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. For Harshan now, he had the ability to play under Vizier again. So now he's able to take that spot away from Tatcha again if you'd like. Your opponent has just played QI, so that, you can't really infer much about your opponent's rack from that. All you can really do is continue to score. He has options to play with the J, but honestly, the easiest place on the board where he can score 33 points is making EM and MOM, mom. So he's got Jut off to the side. I think he's thinking of Jute. That would be, let's see, that would play to the E of one time, I believe. But I'm not as convinced by this play. It's only 22 points. Yeah, you don't want to hang on to your J, but when you play mom, you're scoring so much. And, well, I mean, I guess, yeah, I feel like if you had an I, you could set up Mim and Zit, and that would make Jute make a lot more sense because Emu is a word. So if you play Jute right now, you're kind of hoping that you draw an I from Mim, and your opponent doesn't take that spot. They'd need an M to take that spot, obviously. But, you know, yeah, I kind of like the points now. Take care of the J later.
Yeah, and that's kind of the trade-off, right? We're always thinking about the trade-off, points now versus points later. And last round, Pacorn was talking about part of what informs his playing style, which is a lot of focus on bingos, is he likes, in a lot of cases, opting to get rid of the higher counting tiles within reason so that you can get to drawing bingos sooner. And there's something to be said for that. There's certainly contexts in which that's probably always correct. I think with the nuances of what we've talked about with both these players, more or less just needing to win, especially Tatcha, that would favor perhaps, I think, Mom is nice in the sense that it scores the most. I think there's pretty much no argument there. You can deal with the J later. On the other hand, if you play Jute when you were behind, in this case, it scores less. There is certainly no argument there. But you are grooming your rack in a way to playing a bingo to come back in this game, where, again, all you need to do is win. You don't necessarily have to win big. So, yeah, there's something to be said, you know, for both. Mom is more points now. I think Jute is playing for the potential of more points later. And in the process, considering the shape of this board, just because, oh, interesting. So this is the setup play. Ovum is very clever.
Nice.
So this is going for Taj or Raj, creating opportunity. And this is a going for points on the very next turn later. And I think the nice thing about Taj or Raj, if it comes down, is yes, it gives away a triple word score the next turn, but it doesn't necessarily give away a bingo on that line to your opponent. It gives just a somewhat simpler way of getting 30 plus points on the next turn, but we expect that. We expect the players to get 30 plus. So
Yeah, but
whether
we're
it's the right play, I'm not sure, but I can see the thought line. So go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, you're scoring 18 now, you know, and you could score 20 or even 33 right now. So taking these points away from yourself to set yourself up next time, you're kind of averaging the same-ish score anyway. At that point, might as well just take the points now. So refasten, Fenestra, the two options, but refasten the highest scoring one. Refastens, of course, a word, so that's a very dangerous spot for Tatcha, but might as well, you know, you're going to draw 7 tiles. So now for Harshan, who has drawn a K.
So a conundrum for Harshan here is he has his setup spot from before for something like Taj or Raj, but now he also has Jark going down from the A and refasten. So he actually has an abundance of scoring options here. And I think at this point, despite the setup that you've made, it's really hard to turn down Jark, even with it being a TA leave, just because it's essentially a bingo score. Taj or Raj and Joe, they'll score 53, I believe it is, which is already quite good. But when you can score 70, even despite the leave, you're doing well and within range, just like one turn after this. Refasten, of course, is a little bit precarious in the sense that there's both blanks out and 2 S's out. And of course, it can be extended with ED or ING. But I think you just have to go with Jark and cross your fingers just because it's too many points not to do. Nice idea in the sense of the creativity of the setup. But yeah, it's interesting. He's not getting to use his setup here, but still scoring very nicely.
I agree with Jark. I feel like 69 points on offer. You have to take them. This is really, really important. The leave maybe not the best, but you can't put, you know, you can't say no to 69 points. That's basically a bingo score, so that's really important for you. For Tatcha now, he's looking at a few options. He's found the word ballon, but he has some options, relatively high scoring, but you know, you don't even realize that you can do that with so few tiles. So if we take a little look at the E of one time, you think that spot has been taken up, but no, novum is a word. So if you look at QI also being a word, you have the exact tiles to play something like NIDE, nide, and novum, which gives you 31 points without even realizing it.
Yeah, nice way to score with low scoring tiles. It's really ideal when you can use tiles that don't count very highly, that aren't worth 5, 8, 10 points, and still get that benchmark score of 30 plus. and leave a decent balance in the process. It's always an item of consideration. And then on the other hand, if you don't do that spot down there, another item of consideration is a little bit more volatile. There are plays involving the top right quadrant of the board. So you can hook with either a B or a D on top of AE to create bay or day and then make plays to the right. It does open the board up, which is not the worst thing in the world here. There's a few reasons for that. Yes, it's true, Tatcha is up. He is up by 27 points on this turn. After this play, it would be 40 something, more or less. The board is already really volatile because of refasten, as mentioned, where it's not clear who's going to hit that first. Tatcha does not have an S. He, of course, doesn't know that his opponent doesn't either, but that will be a very relevant place for scoring, not even just for bingo, just for scoring a lot in what's already a tight game. So it's not the worst thing in the world if you create another spot on the top right, just given you're already expecting someone to eventually have this massive score, or just larger score than average, using the hook onto refasten with an S. So if I'm looking here, I'm thinking there's also lots of E's in the bag. If I'm Tatcha, I have IN looking for a G for refastening. I have a D waiting for an E for refasten. If there's anything I can do on the top right, that keeps as many of those as possible, that would be ideal.
Right.
So you could play just bola, which I probably wouldn't do necessarily, but that accomplishes holding on to all those. Similarly, dobla, it gives up the D for refastened words with an E, but then you could maybe pull one of the G's for refastening. But I'm still not in favor of those plays. But just thinking out loud, there's reasons why you might consider holding on to some of those. He's got IND lined up on the left of his rack, so he is thinking out loud to us, considering what he's holding on to for that spot. Now shuffling more to look for more plays like a boil on his rack. That would be going down, I believe, above refasten to make that S hook less relevant.
Yeah, I was going to say that after dobla, refastening can't fit because LN would not be a word. So here, going for a boil, he would be scoring at 24 points. I don't think he's seen the Nide spot because that is really, it's pretty, it looks dead. Like that area looks dead. You really have to zoom out and look at the board with a different, different lens. This will still allow words that end in ISE, and I think that maybe dobla would have been a better version of blocking the volatility of the spot, but then your opponent plays through the A a lot of the times. Dobla, I think, still a good play in that, you keep NI if you are able to spot NI plays next time. So a boil, dobla, Nide, all of them up there. Maybe Bidon also a word that might be okay, but it would put, a tile in the triple lane. Bidon meaning essentially like a water bottle. I think it's French, so I'm not pronouncing that correctly. I know that already. But on to Harshan now. Wait, he hasn't committed the clock. He hasn't committed the play yet.
Okay, has not hit the timer. Harshan, in the meantime, already has his play lined up. He's got Dicty through the sea and crop lined up, assuming that a boil is finally put down. And you can see why.
I mean, Dicty scores a lot, but would you play Dicta to get rid of one of the A's?
It would be nice to in this case, but then I think too, is TAY really worth holding on to and giving up that many points? For me personally, no. I would go for it in this case. I think maybe in some other situations in the game, it could be justifiable, but Harshan is down by a lot. Being able to score to get himself back within range, I think it is of the essence here. Personally, I am leaning towards Dicty, but I can understand why you would consider going for Dicta instead for fewer points. I don't think TAY is synergistic enough, to justify forwarding the points.
I also feel like Dicta is a little volatile because it opens up the triple to the side, very easy for your opponent to score with any consonant. So Diddy now on his rack making YO of ovum, that would get rid of the usual NI plays, most of them at least, and would take away that scoring spot. But Tatcha, having drawn into a blank, is not going to worry about that spot right now. For Harshan, a really tough decision to be made between Diddy and Dicty. I don't mind something like Diddy or Dicty. I feel like they're both very, very close. With Dicty, your opponent does get to use a triple a lot more easily, so I think that their score generally goes up. But then again, they have to start a word with a vowel, and here, Diddy may be a little bit more blocky. Really, really cool words available for Tatcha now. Most of them through the L of the boil that he put down, but also other ones like a really, really nice fit through the D of chewed. And one actually that is going to play through the K of jark. That one's not going to score very much. That one's a common English word. You can definitely find that one together.
And they've had, well, this is the past tense of something they've had in the breakfast room a few times. Yes.
Nice clue.
Oddly enough, there is a 7 that describes a lot of these players that will not be playable on this board. That is deadpan.
Ooh, nice. I like that.
Does not go down, unfortunately, but yeah, very descriptive of a lot of the players on board 1. Very deadpan, even keeled when they are approaching the game.
Really important for Tatcha to make sure that there's no bingo starting with an A, no bingo starting with an O over here, maybe starting with an N for NY. He wants to make sure that he's not missing anything to the side of Dicty. It would be really, really sad for him to miss a high-scoring play there because the plays that go through the L of a boil, they open the other triple. So, again, increasing the volatility of the board a little bit. He might also wonder if he can play something making IS and refastens. So many considerations here, but Tatcha's such a great player, such a great word finder that I believe he's going to be able to go through these options pretty quickly.
Harshan waiting to see how this board will develop and be shaped for his next turn. He'll be looking to declutter ideally both the F and the G on his next turn. There's one candidate spot for him to do that. That's using the Y in Dicty, assuming it goes untouched. His play is more or less decided if that spot isn't obstructed. We'll talk about it once it's his turn, assuming it stays there. And this depends on what Tatcha ends up finding as far as his 7s and his 8s.
I believe Tatcha has shown us peatland and napalm. I believe he's he's shuffling though. I do like that. I do like it that when you're unsure of if there's a play that you're not seeing, you shuffle through, maybe something sparks I don't know, a light in your brain. Important for him to not miss a bingo here, a high-scoring bingo here. But then again, if you're going to play through the L of a boil, better that there be 2 triples open than just 1. In fact, there's 3 triples open, 1 to the top left quadrant of this board, 1 that is in the middle quadrant, so the triple word that's on the left side, in the middle left side, and then 1 that will be available after peatland if that goes down.
Yeah, there's a sort of exchange of high-scoring triple word score spots that are possible after any 8-letter plays through a boil, as mentioned. There are 2 spots where you could put down 7s in theory after peatland or napalmed are put down to the middle right section of the board and up. That would be the first place. The second already exists, and that's using the Y in Dicty. And then there's the top left triple word score available for non-bingo scores. There would be the bottom right triple word score available for non-bingo scores after this. So there's 1 each for the players for that, and there's 1 each of the bingo lines for the players after an 8, which actually makes playing an 8 through the L in a boil quite digestible, quite manageable if you're Tatcha after you deduce no 7s. So I suspect it's really a matter of weighing his options once he finds out there are no sevens. This takes time when you have
Yeah.
a blank on your rack to permute through. As you mentioned, he's seen the eights, so I think it really is just ensuring there's nothing better being missed that goes to the side of Dicty, because it's true. If there were to be a seven that goes there, then positionally, even if the points aren't as good, positionally it is the reasonable thing to do on this specific board. So taking the time on this rack, he is down to 5.5 minutes, and we have 32 tiles unseen to him. So after this move, he's going to have to play very, very quickly. It actually would be in Harshan's best interest to play fast on the next turn. And as it is, he has his play lined up. It will not be obstructed with Tatcha's bingo play. So I think he'll be playing very quickly here to put the pressure back on Tatcha and perhaps induce some errors to facilitate a comeback, because he will need luck, yes, but it would be improved upon greatly if some errors were to be incurred with time pressure. So Fagot to the left side of the board using the Y in Dicty already existed, still does after the bingo play here. It also exists to the right of Peatland. But if I'm thinking like Harshan, he knows that Tatcha does not have to win by a huge margin. He just has to win, which means he is more likely to play very conservatively on his next moves from here. And that means shutting the board down at all costs. So if you're Harshan, you want volatility. You want the board to stay open and conducive to an unlikely but possible comeback. So in many other cases, he might play to the right of Peatland to take the spot out if circumstances were different. But in this one, I could actually see him leaving it, to put it to the left.
Yeah. But if he doesn't, then Tatcha has Eutaxia on his rack.
Which is massive.
Oh my God, it's a natural draw. He's just bingo. He's going to bingo again if he has the spot on this board. And Harshan now to decide between either position. And Jesse, I think you're totally right that there's some decisions that Harshan has to make about the volatility of this board, and there are maybe some reasons for him to leave that alone, but possibly too easy for his opponent to play to the side of Peatland. And then again, consider your opponent has just drawn tiles randomly, just 7 random tiles on your opponent's rack. The chances of them being a bingo, maybe less than average. You never really know. There's one blank unseen, 25 tiles unseen to you. Yikes. I mean, your opponent could have drawn anything. I feel like at this point, you kind of have to go for the points a little bit, maybe playing a bunch of, I don't know, like maybe just playing something like Tafia, which would give you a lot of overlaps. So PA, EF, AI, and TA of Peatland would give you Tafia for 44, keep you somewhat, in range. Ay, ay, ay.
I think there is something to be said for playing to the right there, with Tafia certainly being a play, and then Fagot, as he's lined up, being another play that can be placed there. I think you're conceding the game at this point, though, truthfully, if you play it over there. Numerically, when you look at the simulation engines to see, it probably gives a non-zero chance of winning after you play to the right. The practical reality is that if you are Tatcha, you are immediately taking out the line on the left, that Y and T in Dicty.
There we go.
So I think Harshan is making the play that that basically is quite hopeful and all but concedes the game. Really, all that can go well for Harshan at this point would be to magically draw the X and get a huge score with it at the bottom, using the D in Peatland, or on the left with the letters in Dicty, or perhaps underneath the Vizier using the X there if he were to draw it. He doesn't know that Tatcha has it already, of course, but this really, it's hoping for a blank bingo draw, essentially, and not even to the spot that he's just played in, because there's only 6 squares available there. So there's really just the D in Dicty to play through, the line in the first column, which is just the left of the Y and T in Dicty. It's just so easy for Tatcha to shut this down and score relatively quickly. And it really just leaves, just that D in Dicty and the K in Jark, where maybe you score 70 points at the most, in a best case scenario, and you can just simply outrun it when you're Tatcha in so many cases. So I think in this case, we know that it wouldn't have worked if Harshan had left that open, but I think you kind of have to, you know, as much as it doesn't sim well, I think you have to in this situation. Um, and I totally understand why Harshan would play that. I think in other situations earlier in the tournament, you could do that. But I think in this one, where you have to give yourself the chance to make an improbable comeback where spread doesn't, I mean, he has a big one already, but spread doesn't matter quite so much. This is playing in a way where you're basically saying, I understand that I lose, and I'm trying to lose by less. And I don't know if I would do that at this point in time. I think you still have to try for a different sort of win that's improbable. But I'll turn over to you to give some more thoughts.
I guess maybe you can hope for bingos through like the D of chewed, right? Like maybe you can hope for making yes or yin or year or yeed or something like that. Maybe you can hope for that. Very few bingos that are going to fit there, but maybe you can hope for that. Another thing you can hope with Fago is that maybe you can play on top of a boiled sometimes. Maybe you can get a high scoring word down there. Not going to be as high scoring as you want it to be, but I do agree, like Fago or Fagot, I'm not sure how that's pronounced, that, you know, being a bit of a, that kind of conceding, but then again, you know, also not wanting your opponent to run away because your spread does matter to you, you know, and however much you're going to lose by, you want to keep it under some control. So for Harshan now, I believe maybe just going for the higher scoring plays that he can find on this board, and then maybe just hoping that he can get a bingo through the D of chewed eventually, because that is like one kind of crazy lane that exists. You do, if you play something like Vade, VADE, to the D of peatland, you do keep NI back. That maybe will give you an NI blank E play sometimes. Maybe you draw the D out of the bag, you can do Knight for like 30x points, but you're kind of hoping that your opponent's going to start struggling a little bit. Maybe you can hope for a bingo to the K. It sucks to have that blank there with you and to know that there's no bingos that are going to play on this board, but you still have to do your due diligence. Look through all of the tiles on the board and make sure there's nothing that you can play. It's a really it's a tough position to be in.
There is actually one, but it doesn't score very much, and that I'm not sure. I mean, it does play through the K, and this is one of the situations we talked about earlier. Is K, yeah, you could bingo through it. It probably doesn't score very much very often, and your opponent, when you're expecting them to score 30 as a benchmark, give or take, this does bring you basically level.
Right.
You have a random draw. From Harshan's point of view, the pool is not so bad. The advantage is to your opponent, who has the tempo on this turn. The major threat with the K line on the bottom, it's taken out and used for minimal score. Your opponent has the chance to play right after you with either of the triple word scores on the next turn. So tempo is against you here, but admittedly, it does pull you in closer. If you're Harshan and you pass on this on purpose, it might be, when you look at the pool, 16 tiles, that means that there are 9 on the opponent's rack. That has 7 in the bag at this point in time. So after you play here, there's no exchange to be had. So it looks like he's counting just to see how many, because this will be instructional. I mean, a change is clearly not the option here. But you think about what you're going to play. The vowel to consonant ratio is heavily consonant favored when you look from Harshan's point of view, which also can inform his play here. There are some worst case scenarios to consider where there's very heavy consonant draws where your opponent has the tempo after you make your bingo play. So perhaps deferring by a turn to let your opponent draw some of the junk and then just pulling ahead with bingo later. But on the other hand, you have to use the K where you're not likely to score with a bingo very often, through the D and dicty where it's a very specific position that you have to have the D in and the blank in. There's also the ON to make ION 9s as possible plays on the next few turns. So it's interesting things to consider, the ratio in the pool. He has lined up Nova-like on his rack, so he has clearly seen it. He's weighing the merits of whether this actually gives him a chance, just given he is a tempo down after this. And, you know, he could pull a nice draw. There are some possible nice 7-letter draws from his point of view. His opponent has played EAUX, so he has to start thinking about why his opponent would do something like this. The U, it is useful only if you aren't already vowel heavy. So from Harshan's point of view, why would you play EAUX instead of AX, for example? It means his opponent doesn't need the U necessarily, but ultimately he's decided that he needs to play this.
Yeah, I like this. Actually, I do actually kind of like this because your opponent's always going to shut down the lane that's playing through by EA. They're always going to shut that down. There's no computer engine that will, account for that because computer engines only, statically have your opponent play whatever is the best equity move for them. And right now, you're playing against a human player who recognizes that they can't let you bingo again. And the easiest place to bingo through would be through the D of chewed. The next place that someone would bingo through is the D of Dick D. Yeah, and much easier, I think, to bingo through the D of chewed. You have to take that lane away for your opponent. So I think Harshan, taking his opportunity to bingo now, I think I agree with this actually.
So now there are 2 tiles in the bag. And from Tatcha's point of view, he is just waiting to draw a bunch of consonants because there's 7 and then 2 vowels in the bag. His opponent has a random rack. There's no information to be had in this sense. He doesn't have any of the S's. Billows and something like dews, hues, all sorts of things are possible for his opponent to score easily despite having no vowels or fewer vowels in many situations on his next turn. So he's got Gotti lined up using the D and Pete lined at the bottom. And this is one of the most scoring options available on this board. I would be very hesitant because of the lack of vowels to do this, despite the fact it scores now. So I would be looking at something else, to protect my lead, to look into avoiding all these worst case scenarios that exist. So I can't see myself doing that. I think something more simple that uses far more of the consonants, that gets you closer to the end of the game, where you have as few tiles in your rack as possible in the end game to contend with, where you're not giving much back, assuming your opponent has nothing back. I think you have to play in the top right quadrant here and leave Pete land open. I think you have to hook AE in some way. I think you have to play over hitting the double word score, scoring as much as possible. I think that's where you have to go. It looks like trial is lined up as another option, and the reason for that here is playing through as many letters as possible and keeping just 2 in his rack. So basically he's hoping for a 4-letter word that has an I as the lone vowel in many cases. As it turns out, it's going to pay off because he has pulled ER out of the bag, so he has a comfortably balanced rack in this case. He's got dirge on the top left as one example for an outplay. He just needs to find one other place. Gride, I believe, is the other one on the bottom right. So yes, he has 2 outs. He will be taking this in the end game because he has enough. I would be curious, once we have some time to do some analysis, I'd like to see how much trial wins by, or pardon me, how many times trial wins as far as winning percentage is concerned. I was looking at something like GERD on the top right, which uses 1 less tile, but that 1 less tile is a vowel. But that's me thinking about more worst case scenarios. I like the reasoning Tatcha's had, where using more tiles but keeping 1 vowel. I wonder how many double consonant scenarios that IG is protected against. I haven't done the math in my head, but I'd be curious to see how trial versus, say, GERD runs in a simulation.
GERD feels scary. Feels really scary. Really, really interesting position here.
So now for Harshan, he's got to know his opponent has 2 outs. That's going to be quite discouraging for him. He's going to look for the phantom play that scores a whole bunch and allows him to win, which sadly does not exist in his case. So now it's a matter of minimizing the loss.
Playing hens, okay.
And that leaves just the 1 out for fewer points for Tatcha. In this case, I believe maybe there's more than one. The one, at least one that I saw before, there's Dirge, and he's going to put it down to formally finish this game and take the win. Oh, Tatcha will increase to 21.5 wins in this case. Harshan will remain at 20 after this game. Let's cut to the overhead mic.
Four zero two 429. Congrats, well done.
All right, so yeah, not really much to discuss at the end of the game there. And I think I can understand this actually, because what this really does, when you think about how many rounds are left and the practical reality of the King of the Hill format, this effectively eliminated one of these players from winning in this case. And Harshan, as even-keeled as he is, and as good of a sport as he is, this effectively takes him out of officially having any chance of winning this tournament. So probably not a whole lot to say. And really, I think the only minor point that I already touched on, which is hard to do because it's a tournament-specific thing, is I think you have to leave where he played Fagot and give yourself a very long shot chance, admittedly. He wouldn't have won, and he'll be relieved to see that when he looks at racks later. But I think you have to do that to give yourself a chance. It's not really a mistake. I think it's just very specific to what you need to do in this specific context in a tournament. But there's no major error where I'm like, oh, this is absolutely terrible. You can't do that. Your thoughts on the game?
I mean, again, masterclass in strategy. They're so evenly matched. Sometimes it just comes down to the tiles that you draw. There were no obvious misses. Their moves were all about, the strategy, shaping of the board. How do you come back from being down? How do you protect the board? Really great board vision from both of them. And I think, really, I mean, an exciting game, I'd say. Very instructional.
It was. It came down to really just close to the end here. After Peatland, it created some interesting hypothetical plays that would be, as we were saying before, deviating from what you would normally think of as far as strategy. Very interesting setup from Harshan as far as playing Ovum to try and get a J play in this case, and somewhat ironically didn't get to use his own setup. He instead ended up playing Jark for a large score that kept him somewhat in the running until Peatland came down later. So in this case, Tatcha ends up winning, keeping himself in the running for the tournament. His teacher, Pakorn, will be very proud. And speaking of which, Pakorn has stepped back into the room to say hello. Did you get to see the match, Pakorn?
Just come back to see you.
Just came back to see. You must be very happy.
Yeah, because I want to come to support him in the morning, and then he lost 2 games.
Oh, no.
So he just come back.
Yes, so he just won this game. He played a wonderful game, did exactly what he had to do. So he is still in the running. This is good. Good. All right, so we're going to take a quick break because we have to wait for the next pairings to see who will be on our table. Until then, signing off from Bangkok for a few minutes, Jesse Matthews alongside.
Nits Shakti. See you guys.
See you soon. We are back in Bangkok, Thailand for the last day of play here at the 2026 Causeway Challenge. Board 3 covered, as always, by Jesse Matthews from Canada. That's me, and I'm joined by...
Nit Shakti. Hi, folks. Good to see you.
Welcome back. We have one of Thailand's own, Hacha Kuirat, is back on board 3 here, taking on Jason Keller of the United States. Given that this is the last round before lunch, and then there will be just a handful of more games after this. This is a must-win as far as staying in the running. I haven't permuted. Let's just take a quick look at the standings as far as it's King of the Hill right now. We have one player at 23 wins. That is David Eldar with a massive spread. We have 3 players at 22, and then Tacha's at 21.5. Jason leads the 21s. So given King of the Hill, Eldar would have to lose for people several back to have any chance. That would put Josh 23 between Madhav and Dave. One of them would be at 23. I think hypothetically both of these players in a really unusual scenario could come back. It's a must-win, needless to say, as far as getting into first. I haven't done the math to see if Jason can even do it based on King of the Hill, but I believe Tacha technically can in a best case scenario. So must win for both, but particularly for Tacha to have a chance at still making first.
Wow, this is intense. This is the, I guess, the 4th round of the day. Just 2 more to go after lunch. It will be, I mean, down to the wire. All of these players so evenly matched. All of them great word finding skills and even better strategy. So is this really going to be a game of words, or is it going to be one of strategy? I think the latter.
Yeah, and I think we have to emphasize again, just on this last day of play, that for Tacha, who has a tie, he does not need to win in terms of spread. All he needs is to win, period. So all the plays that we are going to be considering for Tacha, they're all really with the sole purpose of winning the game at the end. It really doesn't matter for Tacha what sort of spread he has here. Whereas for Jason to have even a remote shot at coming back to win this tournament, I haven't even checked yet to see if he can, but certainly if he can, he has to win big because he has a 676 spread, which is respectable. You know, certainly means that he's winning by more than he's losing overall, but he has to really build it up because there are people with more than double, and in David Eldar's case, almost triple the spread that he has.
Oh,
so Jason Keller has to make plays that allow him to win by a lot, not even just win, if he wants to be playing to win here. He might be making some unusual plays in that sense because of going for the long shot at trying to still win this tournament. If he's decided that he can't, then maybe he's just playing to place and will also, ironically, just be playing to win the game. So we'll probably get some insight into some of Jason's mindset as the game goes on as to how he chooses to approach this game. But yeah, we have Tacha really just needing to win, period, given he has the tie. And before we start talking about the analysis here, because I see you have it all lined up, I would just like to point out that we have the one and only Pakorn Nimitar Mansuk back in the studio watching his student, Tacha, going for a chance at winning the title here. Welcome back, Pakorn. Nice to have you.
Hello.
Hello again. And then Nitz, let's just have you talk about some of the strategy on this round.
Well, for one, Jason putting a Rutgers on his rack earlier and then laughing about it. Love to see it. We love some amount of amusement and lightheartedness on our stream. So Gur and Rug were the 2 options here. Rug coming down, which takes quite a lot of hooks. Perfectly fine play, I think. You needed to keep TERS. But now to Tacha, who's going to play Juvie pretty quickly. I really like this play, 27 points.
Yeah, so Julie from Tacha, it leaves YN left over. It scores really well. The good thing about this play is the J is in a spot on the board where it doesn't, J only has JA and JO as 2-letter words. There's no 2-letter word that you can put a letter on top of J. So you're not giving the triple word score back for easy points. You are giving some options for points down from the J to your opponent in some cases, but it's not something to worry about given that you are expecting them to score at least 30 points on average. Your opponent has also just played short. They've played Rug for a very low score. So most of the time their letters are probably good and relatively balanced. Rug would take something like a T or a D in the front of it many times. So because that hasn't been played, you can perhaps infer your opponent has one T or one D left over or something like this and other 1-point tiles. Other than that, yeah, Jason playing curve with his only vowel. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, interesting to see curve come down. Maybe even curvette would have been better here. And also, instead of playing his X off, he's gone ahead and tried to get the C and the V off his rack. I think Tix scoring 31 through the Eye of Juvie scores so much that you kind of have to do it. So not sure if I like the play of curvette as much as I would have liked Tix. Just I like seeing the points.
So curvette, yeah, that's those are both a little bit more balanced, but as you mentioned, Tix certainly takes more points and still keeps the CERS in particular, with a V, mind you, but still gets more points. Popcorn, if you're looking at the choices, if you're looking at curve or corvette or Tix perhaps, what do you like the most? Do you have one that you are thinking is better?
Who spent time?
Okay, Popcorn's going to spend some time, but we know he will have a great analysis once he decides on this turn. In the meantime, let's go back to Tatcha, who has played High and Kirby.
Yeah, maybe tacking on the D for hide would have been perfectly fine. I kind of like the points, you know. Oh, it seems like Kirby is being challenged.
Okay.
All right, so
that will be
plus
5 more points.
Yeah.
That probably makes it an even better play in this case.
Absolutely. Tough position for Jason here, you know, like you're on live stream, you know this game is make or break for you, you know you have to win. So honestly, in this position, it makes sense to doubt your own knowledge. It makes sense to just go ahead and throw the 5 points of these games. But then again, you're playing a Premier Division player, you know these games are going to be tight. Those 5 points might matter quite a bit. Yet again, plays of just short plays with the X available to Jason, but the last time we saw his rack, he had Taxol set up, so I wonder if he is planning on playing that. But I would like to see the T and the X, or maybe the O and the X come down. The rest of his leave, pretty nice. Braiding available to Tatcha now.
Tix maybe CRVES if he draw bubble. Maybe he go closer to the bingo.
Like vectors.
Who will go first, as this will get much more advantage, the leader.
Yeah.
Yes. So Popcorn, talking about the turn where curve was played and Nitz was leaning towards Tix. I was thinking a bit more about that, or perhaps curvette, if not Tix. And Popcorn's confirmed that Tix, just because of how well CERS, T, and the V blend together with even one vowel in so many cases, and you control the board with those tiles like C and V that block it up and make it difficult, you are in the leader, you are in the driving position in this case when you hit a bingo in those cases. So Popcorn's final thoughts are Tix in this case on the previous turn instead of on this turn now.
Tix here, also a really good play. I think this is the best play for Jason. That's a great leave, and Tix is 31 points. It's so many. Tatcha now gonna put down braiding very quickly, I hope.
Braiding is the only play here. Very straightforward play.
Yeah.
Oh, and hotels for Jason. A boat hotel. Also, oblates, I believe.
Lots of bingos. But here comes one. There will be a bingo in response for sure on this turn upcoming. It's really a question of which one. So there is storable, there is sortable as at least 2 of the options that are available. Oblates, as you mentioned, also does still have a place on this board.
A fun little hook.
Yes.
Ooh, okay. Great draw for Tacha.
And Pakorn is immediately pointing out far sides is available
Nice.
through both of the eyes and braiding for Tacha next turn. So this is going to be a shootout. Lots of points. We love to see it.
Yeah, that's a great word. A shootout is absolutely right. So now for Jason, is he going to go ahead and go with sortable? He does seem to be waiting on it.
No bingo at the D, right?
I don't think so. No,
Okay, far side will be.
it will be played. Yes.
Board very open like this. It's very exciting to see the next rack of the.
Yeah, I agree.
So Pakorn's thoughts are with the board this open with so many big plays. It's really exciting for us watching to see every time someone pulls tiles out of the bag. You know, there's just so much possibility. There's drama. You know, there's mystery. You know, so in this case, Jason, it's going to be really insightful, and we're all at the edge of our seat to see what he pulls out if all these bingos can continue, because it will continue on Tacha's turn. Far sides, we are expecting him to find this and put this down.
And it may even come down to obscure hooks on this board, right? Like you think that Trug is a bit of a challenge. You can only put an S on there, but no, Trugo is a word. 2 O's for Jason Keller now. Ooh, is that a third O that I see?
It was,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Here comes far sides. Yes, as expected, Tacha finds this play. He will use all of his letters for a second turn in a row.
Very high scoring game already. Jason now to deal with those O's. I think he can just go ahead and take advantage of the triple that's still open with the B. You scored decently well by playing something just as simple as noob.
Yeah, I think noob is a good play on the top of the board. It would get rid of 2 of the O's. AOST is really nicely balanced in this case. It keeps you, well, you are down by 60 at this
bingo
point.
for Tacha.
Is Tacha pulling a third one?
Yeah,
Wow.
Dottler and
Dottrell,
Dottrell. Yeah.
yes. Wow. Very exciting for us to watch. Jason will be not so happy because it is unlikely that his opponent's bingos will be blocked here, given noob is the highly likely play.
Yikes. Wow. This is quite a game already.
Lots of points.
This is going to be, I mean, I wonder, are we going to see a 1,000-point game? I would love to.
This is American and Thai.
Yes.
You American?
Canadian.
Oh, Canadian.
Yeah, Canadian.
Indian.
Indian. Okay.
Yes.
But it's still good to see. You know, 2 very good players. But you're of course supporting Thailand.
Annotator have to be neutral.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, very neutral, very professional, of course. But we know your excitement. It is good. It's nice to see your student doing so well.
Yeah.
I feel like Dottrell may be the play here. Dottler also fine. They're essentially the same, but you just can't like overlap the L as easily. The 3 consonants on this, the 3 consonants in this anagram also making it kind of tough to take advantage of that triple that's opened up now.
Nice play by Tacha for a 3rd bingo in a row. Bingo, bango, bongo.
Yeah. Ooh, zonks. Wow.
Well, he will score lots this turn. Zonks and Eds on the bottom. That will be lots of points.
To look at the chart rack. Every draw is
so good. Okay, this one is a little bit more human. No bingo this time.
Still great plays available, all of them that are going to take advantage of the triple that's been opened up. So look at how Dottrell has been placed, right? So now you can take advantage of all 3 of these triples, except of course the middle triple, very hard to use given that there's 3 consonants all next to each other. So EDS or EDH becoming really valuable. Also underneath the E of Dottrell, that is also another play here that's important. So Zonk's coming down for 73. I think this is just as good. Azons would have also been a good play, I believe.
Yeah, either way, I think it's really important to use that spot in the bottom to score as much as possible. It is a 30-point game right now, which is, it's really nicely done by Jason Keller to keep himself in this game, especially when your opponent has bingoed 3 times.
Yeah, I agree.
Fun is two black and Q still in the
Yes.
back, so everything
Yes.
can happen.
So as Pacorn is rightly pointing out, there is still the queue as far as high counting tiles go, and still both blanks in the bag. So as great as the scores already are in this case, there's still so much potential, as he's rightly pointed out.
Absolutely. Tacha now looking at possible plays for himself. WO possibly going down somewhere for him, but I actually like the idea of playing through the T of dot rail, maybe playing something vertically and getting a lot of points, like 48 points for something like Awito, AWHETO.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to turn down Awito in this case. And one of the reasons for that is because there are 5 E's in the bag. So even if you play 1 here to play Awito, yes, your leave is not perfectly balanced with PI, but PIE altogether, if you pick up 1 E and then maybe you get one of the L's or the R or the T in the bag, it's still very reasonable. And there's also the N's, there's the blanks, there's still so much possibility that it's okay if your rack is not completely perfectly balanced here. I think getting rid of the W is certainly a requirement here. So if you don't play Awito for some reason, white with WHITE, I think is perfectly fine for the same reasons.
I guess some overlaps also available on this board. So if we look at the D of far sides and the D of braiding, that does allow something kind of cool like Dowie, DOWIE. That's kind of nice. It's 33 points. Keeps HAP. That's a really, really synergistic leave. I kind of like that.
And O-Fight has also been lined up. He's
Ooh.
got that on his rack.
I like O-Fight. I feel like that's a really great play. I hate keeping the WA back, but you know what? I want to take advantage of that triple that's been opened. So I feel like this is still an okay, like a good play.
Yeah, and then if you're keeping a vowel with the W, like an A in this case, this is not so bad because FA and AW, you can play something there on the next turn. There's choices to still score with that. Pacorn, what do you like when you're looking at the choices for this rack? There was O-Fight, we looked at white, Awito. What do you like on this play?
I think now 2 black left, and they are like not if the child get faster bingo. I think because W is a bit difficult for bingo. Yeah.
So anything in this place?
I think Awito. Yeah.
Okay.
PI is maybe many I left. Maybe the size, or maybe white.
Okay.
Yeah.
PO because no O left.
Yeah, that's
One O left. Yeah.
That's really interesting insight there into the choices.
Only need 1 bingo because if he leading, right? Jason Keller get 1 bingo, he get 1 bingo. Then so he have to go to, because if Jason Keller get bingo first, then he will get chance to take another bingo, get the blank, another blank, maybe hit bingo.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I like the thought process here. So Pacorn's talking about the viability of bingos after O-Fight versus Awito versus white, and just for what's left in the pool. He's mentioned that there was only 1 O left in the pool, and then there's the P that you can use to form a number of words. Pacorn's in favor of white or Awito just because of the difficulty of there's so many A's, and giving an A doesn't really give your opponent anything. And the W and the H are a little bit harder to use than, say, the O and the P and the H. So Pacorn favors Awito just because Jason needs to bingo and draw more tiles to turn over to make a comeback. So thank you for the insights. Very good.
For Jason here playing Algae, I like this play, putting an E out in space, but I also would have liked to see him score a little bit. So he scores 23 points with Algae. But another thing he could have considered is jail. So or like goal, GOAL, underneath far sides. The thing with that is that it scores 25 points and the leave is better. So it's keeping AET. Now, again, you do want to fish and you want to go for that blank. So you do want to turn over more tiles, but 4 tiles and 5 tiles, very close. So I like the idea of playing 4 tiles. You're still technically going for the blank and you're still scoring 2 more points with the capacity to draw a natural bingo.
Yeah, very, very cogent points. And now when we look over at Tacha, what what can Tacha do in this case? He's up by 50 or so. So continuing to score, if you don't have a bingo like he does not here, what are some of the ways he can score? There's 15 vowels and 13 consonants, so relatively balanced. There's both the blanks in the pool. Of the vowels, I's. There are lots of I's to consider and to think about here. There's a Q that has not yet been seen in the pool. So there is not so likely a scenario in which someone is Q stuck. If anything, there's both the U's as well. So Q, I think, will be very relevant as far as scoring on this board. So I think Tacha is looking to not give away necessarily easy scoring opportunities with a Q should it come up. I think he just needs to continue to score and just find a way to get closer to the end of the game, to use more tiles, to get a chance to grab at least one, if not both of the blanks here. So it favors longer plays. And one I like is Ponce, and that's with Dautrell. Na, however, it still uses lots of tiles and scores, and does use up one of the lines for 8-letter words. The I in braiding that was open, it's still usable, but takes out some of its uses for, say, ing words. What do you think about this play, Nitz?
I really like Ponce. You're putting an E out in the triple lane, and E already existed with Algae, so it's not like you're giving your opponent anything more. You score 33 points, you play 6 tiles, and then you go for that blank, as you already mentioned. So I really, really like that. Na, 31 points, also respectable here. Maybe Wage also could have been a good play, but Na and Ponce and Wage, some really key choices here. I don't think Ponce was formed on Tacha's rack, so I don't think he noticed that. Word coming down for Jason now. I'm not sure how I feel about that because I believe he's keeping 2 T's back. So possibly a shorter or maybe a play using a T might have been better.
So Ponce would have played, it would have played above Algae and the Ellen Dautrell. So Ponce was available as one choice versus Na, which he put down in the previous turn.
Luckily for Tacha, he's drawn the U with the Q, so that's going to help him out a little bit. He's found a spot or is looking for a spot for Quap that does exist, making FAP, N-O-G-U, and Quap. That is going to score a lot of points. The funny thing is the QU is so nice together. You have so many words in the English language and in this lexicon that start or include QU that you don't even have to worry about getting rid of it immediately. So Quap will score you 48 points. You definitely want those points right now, but you can do other things too. Like this board does allow you to continue, like obstructing a few lanes. You can keep going for like the blank. So if you want to do something like if you wanted to blow through your tiles, right? Like if you wanted to play 5 tiles, continue going for that blank. You could do that. Like you could play something like Phocae, Phocae, through the H of off-fight. You could do that. But Quap also really, really great play here. I think it's unlikely for Tacha to lose this game now.
Whenever you're in doubt, as David Elder likes to say, take the points.
Yeah.
So I think in this case, if there's any doubt, and to avoid as many worst case scenarios as possible, you consider playing Quap. Or it looks like you might be debating Quep instead. And you know what, I actually understand this because there's the 3 E's unseen to him in the bag. There are no O's left to draw since he has the last one. So Quep is just avoiding the duplication issue since he doesn't have a blank on his rack.
Yeah.
And there is an E on the board to play to if he doesn't draw an E. So I think this is reasonable.
I definitely prefer Quap over Quep, but yeah, I like your reasoning for why he may have done that. Either way, great play. He just needed to keep scoring.
Jason Keller has Digitate lined up on his rack at the very least.
Is there a T for amniotic or something?
But destroy all the another bingo land, right? To 10.
Yeah.
You end the game.
So no T will become available for amniotic for Tacha.
Because 10 times left, you have no choice.
Yeah.
And it does block daimonic for him from that D.
Mm.
Chacha will cause the game anyway. So
Pacorn has some interesting insight here as far as from Jason's point of view, because Jason needs to win and win big, but even just winning in this case keeps him in it. So Digitate, Pacorn is mentioning, mathematically doesn't give Jason enough time to bingo twice or to bingo plus score highly in any scenario that's realistic to do what needs to be done in this game. So Pacorn had an interesting suggestion of playing QI off of Quep to create a second lane and buy some more time, because Digitate really just takes out all the lanes on the board. But then on the other hand, in a realistic scenario, most of the time that lane is being taken out, and you still have to really hope for perfect drawing. Maybe you get words plus a 7-letter word that involves the blank, and then you pull something to the H&O fight the next turn. Very long shot. But Digitate effectively ends the game in the sense that there just simply isn't enough time.
Something QIINGUNIT, right? Gut. Hoping for the very big goal at the triple.
Yeah. So then instead of just QI, Pacorn saying like it or in, and then looking for a monster score on the next turn, a best case scenario, either on the left side or on the right side with words or wordy perhaps, because the Y is still in the bag. So really interesting insight, because this is playing not just to the game itself, but the tournament. You know, thinking about ways to still win the tournament, and IN or IT as a play is something that hypothetically allows Jason to still win the tournament. And Digitate, it unfortunately does not. As good as Jason's draw is, this is manageable if you are Tatcha, as far as just continuing to score, leaving no lanes on the board open to bingo again. As long as Tatcha scores continually, he's safe.
Yeah, I mean, great points here. This is something that we've seen in our games again and again today, where sometimes it's better to not play your bingo. A lot of the times we've been telling you, when you have the points, take the points, right? But considering what's happening in the game, like what your tempo is, how many tiles are left in the bag, can really help you decide if playing the bingo is the correct or the incorrect move. So last game we saw Harshan, for example, playing Nova, like maybe it was a better idea not to play. So maybe it was better for him to wait to play somewhere else on the board and continue to score in the meanwhile, while he kept on holding to the blank. So here, Digitate coming down, as you've mentioned, maybe not the best decision here. You want to give yourself the opportunity to bingo twice on this board.
Point.
Tatcha is going through his options now. He has seen a few good words. I think he has seen Amino, and now there we go. That's a pretty nice play. It also played to the other side. That would be 19 points on the other side. So this is 27. I like this. I would like to see him play, something like aiming. That's a harder fit. AIMI and G to the G. That's harder to see. Keeping CO. Maybe something even like coin to through the eye of Digitate. That would score 27 points. That's also, something that's nice, because there's four tiles in the bag. You leave one. With Amino, you're playing for 27. This is pretty nice.
Tatcha having some second thoughts about Amino briefly, perhaps considering some of the possibilities with overlaps on the side. The F is unseen to him, so plays involving if in Digitate, perhaps a concern. Enemy, interesting. So there's some debate in his head as to what he wants to do here.
So I feel like if you do Amino or enemy, your opponent plays for quite a lot on the other side. I feel like their score really increases. So something like aiming, making AA, IT, and ME going to the G of algae only, makes AAL available, or AAH, AAS. So I feel like that's harder for your opponent to be able to overlap. But otherwise, these are still good plays, I'd say.
Jason Keller has immediately lined up female, ready to put down. If enemy is the play that stays on the board, that will score a monstrous amount, assuming enemy goes down and stays.
Yeah. Kind of scary to have that out there. Very, very close game.
I don't think he's hit the clock yet.
Maybe he just does female instead of female, you know? 65 points for that if that comes down. The game becomes a like a 4-point game. Jason might be able to take that away, I think, maybe.
Enemy coming off the board, looking for other options.
Katja is going to draw E-I-N-Y from the bag. I believe those are the tiles that are left.
He's picking up Noma, and we're getting the nod of approval from Acorn in this case to go with Noma. While it does leave some desirable letters in his rack, Acorn's rightly pointing out that the F to the right of digitate, making I plus anything, that would be just a lot of points for Jason, and creating basically hoping for luck in the end game. Look at this, he's picking up the tiles again, really thinking about what to play here. Yeah, and Jason has 14 minutes left. Tatcha has just under 6.
The score's even less. I don't know if I like this.
I think he's just really scared of the F plays on the right side and trying to decide what to do on his own end to try and minimize what his opponent can score. He's thinking out loud over the board.
Yeah, I'm also really worried about a play like Noma because it keeps 2 eyes. There's an eye unseen, and what we know and what Tatcha doesn't know is that he's going to draw another eye from the bag. So he will have 3 eyes to contend with going into the end game if he plays Noma. The advantage of this is that Jason Keller is able to see, you know, what plays he can make as Tatcha continues to consider what to put on this board.
Tatcha's down to 4 minutes on his rack now. He's picking up enemy from that spot. And we're on the edge of our seat here, waiting to see what he'll do. Jason is probably also just agonizing, waiting to see what Tatcha does here, just because the nature of his next play changes so greatly depending on what his opponent puts down on this board. Perhaps Tatcha's looking for a read on Jason as well, depending on what he puts down. Looking for any tells, maybe giveaways to indicate what he should do, just because there's 4 tiles in the bag, he doesn't know what they are, and maybe it's a read. You never know. It's hard to say. It could be looking for any sort of hints.
I feel like it seems as if Tatcha goes with Noma or something like that, he does usually win. The Y gives him a lot of scoring power with Wordy, so I think that is going to help him out quite a lot going into the end game. I believe he's considering Ionic for 24. I mean, I like this as well. Something interesting that he could do.
Now 2.5 minutes on Tacha's clock. He has, let's see, he's got AM left. So Ionic, he's still lining up on his rack. Looks like he's leaning a little bit more towards this right now compared to the others. Oh, I think a last minute change here. Enemy, I believe, is the play he's putting back down again to take out the F spot. Scoring lesser. I think he's finally hit the clock. He's decided on enemy to the right of digitate. Taking out the major threat with the F next to the I and digitate.
Very close game.
Maybe he had read something from up there where the Y go to the triple.
Yeah, even something like Icy would score 23 points. I think it might be enough to save him.
If there's something left for us, still risk. Anyway, 7 points. At least make sure it.
So Pokorn's insight on some of what Tacha's going back and forth between is enemy scores less in this case, but should still be enough because it takes out the major threat with the F. But Manioc being the option that came up to the left of digitate with the M being placed next to the I to make MI and then AT and NA. Manioc just being enough points to outrun in general anything that would come down. Unseen to Tacha is the Y, and Pokorn's pointed out as well that there's major concern with plays that overlap 4 times that reach down to the triple word score involving the Y, or just anything in general to the right side that scores enough in a tight endgame. That was a point of concern for Tacha as well. So enemy just making sure in this case, even if it scores less, that he can pull out the win.
Jason now has a great spot for his F. He just has to see it. I believe he's got his tiles lined up in a fashion that's very close to what the word is. 37 points for the 5-letter word that he can play. There, it does involve the hotspot for the F. So if you look to the side of rating, the F goes there. And as long as you're able to put a word down, starting with the F, you're usually scoring quite a lot. Jason now to look for these hotspots, scanning the board, seeing what fits.
So Pokorn's just let me know behind the scenes he's stepping out just to take care of a work-related thing. He will come back to say hi later. Thank you, Pokorn, for your insight. As always, we appreciate you being here. Back to our end game here. Formality at this point as far as making the optimal sequences here. Tacha has done what needs to be done to win this game. And remember, we talked from the beginning that Tacha with a tie in his record doesn't care about spread. All he cares about is winning the game. So a play like Enemy, we've discussed that, yes, it might lose some equity points in a simulation. It may not maximize the score. But if it's a play that doesn't do as well maybe, but you're sure of it, that it does everything that you need to do, that it still wins from what you can see on the board, then it makes sense to take that play and just ensure that you're continuing to win and giving yourself that shot at winning, not just this game, but the tournament. So completely understandable.
Insanely enough, I think the Y offers Tacha just enough scoring power that he inches it out in this end game. Playing, even if he plays something like Ionic or Amino or Noma or AIM or whatever, I think he really does have just enough scoring power with the Y. And he's up enough right now that the Y is his bailout. Now, he can't know that he's going to draw the Y, but since he does, it gives him Gives him the freedom. Jason has seen his bingo, the 7-letter word that's on his rack, Waneful. There's another one, I believe, in here. Mazeful, possibly? Yes, Mazeful. Neither of them will play on this board. He just has to find his highest scoring play.
While we're waiting for Jason to find that, just updates from the other boards. David Eldar is up by 200 points against Josh Castellano with 4 tiles in the bag. David with 502 to Josh's 300. So Dave will maintain his place in the #1 position after this round going into lunch. And into the next game with Dave Wiegand and Madhav, a 1-tile play has been made with 1 tile in the bag by Madhav, who is down by 120 against Dave Wiegand, who has the last blank in that game and now has to contend with managing a setup by his opponent. Jason has found Fuzel and scored with it on the board. Back to Tatcha in our endgame here.
And I must say, fantastic find by Jason, doing his best to play the perfect endgame. Really well done. 37 points for that. Best play for Tatcha now. He's already seen it. Icy making Wordy great board vision on both of their parts. Looking at the board in its entirety, moving away from the overlaps on enemy, making sure that they're using their time wisely. Well done on both of their parts.
Tatcha with just over a minute left on his clock will just look quickly for any other option that might score a bit better, but ultimately here, Icy is going to be the play that takes care of using both of his high counting letters, not giving them to his opponent for his inevitable outplay. And this should be more than enough for Tatcha to keep himself in the running to still win this tournament, albeit a bit of an uphill battle, given we now know that Eldar is winning by a lot in his matchup, but Tatcha has the advantage of not needing to worry about spread and just about wins. Jason Keller officially out of the running to win in this tournament. He'll be very disappointed with that in this case, but unfortunately in these cases, sometimes it's just the way the ball bounces. It's really a luck of the draw, and 3 bingos in a row from his opponent. We're going to go to the overhead mic and listen to what they have to say as they count out the last plays of this game.
I wanted you to play this over here someday. I had female.
Yeah, but something like that.
Yeah, I just figured.
I know.
I was like, why are you not just? I was like, why are you not just taking this line? I mean, I felt bad that I felt that I had. Yeah. I was like, if you did commit to this, it would be interesting because female scored a ton of points.
Sure.
And then I just had you, which if I but that was like.
เล่นอะไรก็ยังดูพิกกี้ไปหมดก็ยังมีลายก้าวตัวเป็นแค่ชนะพอแล้วพี่นี่คือปิดโอกาสมาทำแต้ม
I was also REST. I love REST. Right? I do CVX.
Oh.
Come on.
All right, and just a little bit of a brief discussion at the end of the game here. Come on from Jason, just discussing some of the circumstances in this game. And like we said, understandable, when your opponent bingos 3 times in a row, that is very difficult to recover from in this case. And yeah, that is just the way the ball bounces. A handful of positions to talk about in this game as far as some of the strategy behind them, but really Tatcha in the driver's seat for a lot of this, and respectable, well done to Jason for making this contested, and as close a score as it could be in this case, just given it was a challenge for him, given how well his opponent drew.
Yeah, and honestly, Jason now losing by very, very few points allows Nigel to stay in 8th place. He would have otherwise switched places with Jason. So Jason doing a great job of keeping that spread as close as possible. Really well done on his part.
Yeah, Jason is going to, of course, be disappointed, that things turned out this way, but should be proud. Honestly, did what he could. Zonks was a nice play to keep him in the running during that whole sequence of 3 bingos in a row. Ultimately, tip of the hat to Tacha, spending a fair bit of time on that pre-endgame decision between several plays. And while it may not have been the highest simulating play based on machine analysis, he made the correct play in the sense that it allowed him to win in basically any worst case scenario. And that's all you have to do in these cases, playing very well exactly to the strategy that's relevant to him for this tournament, which is the spread not mattering only for him at this point. It's really just find a way to win. So well done for him to adjust his strategy specifically to the situation he finds himself in. We're about to go here for lunch, and then we'll find out about the pairings. I believe we can quickly get some of the standings perhaps on the screen if our producer can put those up. If not, I will read them as far as what we know, having seen the game. Okay. We don't have them live to put on the screen based on what our producer has said. We can confirm that David Eldar won his previous round. I'm quite certain that game is officially over, but let's just have a look.
Probably by a lot, right?
Yeah, let's look at the games officially.
It seems like he was winning by about 200 at some point.
Okay, Josh with a late bingo, it looks like in this case. So there's 4 tiles left. The game is not quite over technically, but the game is over more or less. So David Eldar is going to win by a lot. It looks like by 140, give or take. 200, yeah, it's going to be actually basically 200-point win. So Eldar wins by a lot based on what we're seeing here. If we go to Dave Weekend and Madhav, it was a 150-point win for Dave Weekend. So 2 big wins on the other tables. David Eldar, probably 200. So he's up to 24 wins and at basically 17-31 for a massive spread, dominating as far as spread, not just wins, but spread here as well. With that kind of a win, Josh Castellano staying at 22 wins and approximately 1,000 in spread. Madhav, who was at the same with 22 wins, he will be losing 140 spread points, and that will drop him down to plus 900. So Josh Castellano will stay ahead of Madhav. Dave has just won by that 140 points, so he actually will be vaulting over both of them in win and in spread. So Dave Weekend will be in second place at 23 wins, 1 game back and spread back on David Eldar. So what this essentially means as far as games go is Dave Weekend has to win 2 big games against David Eldar, and then with Tacha is at 22.5 wins. So he is 2.5 games back at David Eldar, which means he can't win at this point because David Eldar is 2.5 games up. So he needed David Eldar to lose to have a shot in this tournament. So Tacha will find out shortly he is officially out of the running. So realistically here, if we're looking at players who can still win, Eldar, of course, is in the driver's position, being up by a game and a lot of spread points. Dave Weekend is the next most likely. So both Josh Castellano and Madhav, they need Dave Weekend to win this game. But they need him to not win by an impossible amount necessarily. By some, to bring David Eldar's spread down, but not by too much. Both Josh and Madhav will need to win by a lot in their game against each other next. So it will be...
I believe Tacha will be playing Josh because Tacha vaults into 3rd place with 22.5. Josh staying at 22.
Oh, right.
Right. So
right,
Josh
yeah.
Castellano and Tacha up against each other next.
Interesting. Okay, yes. No, you're right there. Okay, so... yeah, we'll have to do a little bit more analysis on who can win. But Eldar, the clear favorite here, and Weekend, the second favorite. But Weekend will have to win big in at least 1 game, if not both. So exciting for us for sure. Fight to the finish. But Eldar in the driver's seat for now. We're going to go for lunch and come back to provide the final 2 rounds of coverage at board 3 for players who will likely not be in the running to win the tournament, but going for a placement prize, and that's important here too, you know, so we're going to see who those players are after lunch. Until then, we're back in an hour. Jesse Matthews along with
Mitch Chuckley. See you guys.
We'll see you later.
All right, so that was a photo taking session, and we will be starting the games really soon. Just waiting for Nitz and Jesse to come back and for the players to get the places, and then we'll get started.
Why do that? Brrr, very cold. I'm telling you, the temperature difference between outside and here is like at least 20 degrees. Okay, third one is question. Every person who's come into this room has been like, what the fuck? My dude, even I'm okay with like it being cold when I'm sleeping, you know? Like you need the cold to sleep. But to be alive? I'm glad that you find it funny. This is why we're best friends, Kumar. Okay. Deldar just needs to win to be victimized. That's it, I think. Oh, smart. So end of the game, we talk about the Causeway Kuala Lumpur, right? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Did we wait for Harshan to get to the chair before we start? He's got his earphones in.
Yeah, I mean, like, just think from his human perspective as a 15-year-old, he was at the top of the leaderboard for a good chunk of the tournament. And it sounds like he unfortunately made some very human, youthful errors in some key games, so he's probably a little bit, I don't know what tilted, but probably just feeling very humanly disappointed. It's brutal. It's very unforgiving.
And so much of Scrabble is luck. It's just
Okay, welcome back to the last 2 rounds of coverage for the 2026 Causeway Challenge here in Bangkok, Thailand. Covering board 3 on this final day, I am Jesse Matthews, and I am joined by
Nits Shakti. Hi, folks. Round 35 for you against Harshan Lamabada Saria of Great Britain against Madhav Gopal Kamath of India. Both of these players incredibly strong. They've been on our stream before. And Madhav, who'd been reigning in this tournament, is now on table 3. He needs to win this game to keep his hopes alive. Harshan, however, also fighting through this game. Neither of these players, I think, able to get to the first place, but they can definitely aim for the top 5.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about that for those who are perhaps wondering from far away. We are covering board 3, as we've mentioned here before. Both of these players are out of the running as far as winning the whole tournament, but still very much in contention for a cash prize, depending on how well they do. So this will be them playing to maximize their winnings as much as possible here. Both of these players have great records. First, we can talk about Madhav. He's got 22 wins, and then Harshan has 21. Madhav was at the top of the leaderboard for a good chunk of this tournament. Really just until the last few rounds. There were just a mix of things. Looks like some unfortunate draws in some cases. There were some very human errors in some cases. And in a King of the Hill matchup, it's quite unforgiving when those things happen. But with perspective being placed here, he is 15 years old and he's had a phenomenal showing here and still very much in the running to, based on the math here, I think in a best case scenario, he can possibly make 3rd, but 4th. Basically, these players are playing for 4th realistically as a best case scenario. So we're going to see how they do. Right now, David Eldar and Dave Wiegand are the two who can still win this tournament. Dave Wiegand needs to win 2 games, essentially, due to the spread differential. Eldar needs to win just 1. So back here, we are at board 3 for players playing for cash prizes. It is Harshan Lamabadasuria to make the first move of this game, lining up his clear best play here.
Absolutely. I love this play of Maven. It is going to be 34 points yet again, playing vertically. He's, taking us for a bit of a ride here. We're so used to players opening horizontally, but I think on this stream, we've seen a mix of both vertical and horizontal plays.
I am happy with this play.
Absolutely.
Nice and scory. Leave is perfectly fine.
But the G, the Q, and 2 A's for Madhav now, along with a very friendly blank.
And you're probably okay with playing QI here, just given the rest of your letters. While they might not be perfectly synergistic, they are assisted by the blank.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised to see the QI go down there. I guess it would be 1 more point, making QI to the side of Maven, making IN, but maybe he wants to keep those floaters open so he can bingo next time. The N very helpful with that G of his, but yeah, I mean, I kind of like taking the points here. I'm also okay with playing something like GOA Goa, keeping the QAI with the blank, because the Q is not as unfriendly when you have an A and an I to go with it.
It looks like they're having a little bit of trouble with the rotation mechanism on the board there. I guess they're settling on playing with it. We can see Akorn, our guest commentator for a few rounds, was in the background hovering, watching. He's undoubtedly still very excited about Tacha, who, while he cannot win necessarily at this point, can, I believe, in an unlikely scenario, can get up to as high as second. And I believe that requires Dave Wiegand to lose twice in the next couple of rounds. So realistically, Tacha, playing well enough, is going for 3rd place, but in a really interesting scenario, could actually pass Dave Wiegand at the last minute next round if Dave Wiegand were to lose twice. So Pakorn watching, very excited to see how well his student is doing in this tournament still. Meanwhile, yeah, we're taking some time to get this. The board is appearing to just struggle with staying in place.
Too much movement. There have been 34 games up until now, 2 more coming. This board is really taking a beating. All right.
That looks a little more like it.
We'd love to see it.
We love to see a fully functional, high-quality board on stream.
Yeah. All right. Harshan now to go first. To play. He is going to draw his tiles. I believe he's already drawn them. Now we are going to see them. He kept an O in his last play. He's drawn another O to that. G alongside it. Ooh, duplicates all around. The only tile not duplicated is his G. Yikes. An N on the board if he wants to hang on to the IG. But I don't know. I feel like your highest scoring move is to the side of QI, so might as well take those points, right?
SIG is pretty appealing here as far as just the sheer point value. And then if you don't, you think, what are my alternatives? And nothing that I can think of really seems worth it. I'm looking over at the computer, just seeing if there's anything it suggests that's a word I've missed here. But no, basically all the options that aren't SIG, they balance a little bit better, but they just don't really score enough to justify playing here, quite frankly. So yeah, I'm on Team SIG. Just take the points.
Yeah. Harshan just carefully considering his options. That's what makes him such a great player. He's going through his, he's seen Yogic. Yogic is another one of the plays that will clean up his rack a little bit, keep CIO instead of CIOO. It's only 15 points though, and I think Harshan is likely to play SIG Just because 29 points and 15 points, the difference of 14, I mean, that O is, you know, if you think about it, how bad is an O, you know? It's not 14 points worse. I feel like your next turn is not like ruined by 14 more points, you know? You gotta play Sig here, I think.
And he's ultimately going to put down Sig, just too many points to pass up, as we've mentioned. Harshan coming to the same conclusion.
A slow start for Madhav as well, as he's continuing to struggle with these duplicates that we've already seen on Harshan's rack. 2 A's, 2 E's, a G and an O to go with that blank. No 7s and no 8s for him, as far as I'm aware. Are you to fish up just 2 tiles somewhere? Do you exchange? I feel like you have to play through this rack, no?
I think I would personally play through, and there's a few ways to look at what you do with this rack. If you're looking to just completely balance and not think too much about scoring, then AEGO, I'm not even sure how to say this, AEYGO, playing through the Y in Maven would be the most balancy, but just doesn't score as much. Okay, well, before we can even talk about the other options, Madhav has opted for Ajave, playing through the V in Maven, keeping O, E, and blank, which, yeah, basically it balances getting rid of a number of the duplicates and the G that's somewhat awkward in certain situations.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. Maybe even Gave, just GAVE is fine. You know, you keep that A so you can double. I don't know. I kind of just like fishing off OE somewhere, honestly. Like you could, yeah, I guess you could just fish off OE to the side of IO and E. Like that would be fine too, I think.
Harshan's lining up Korea, which would play underneath of the A and Ajave that just went down. Nothing else that's really all that comparable on that line or anywhere else. So Korea coming down, going for the points in this situation and leaving a decent as possible lead in the process.
Much easier for Madhav now. He can just do something like Creolize and get on with this rack. The C giving him a nice place to bingo. But there are other considerations here. Maybe you make something with Mavens. Maybe you close off this board as much as possible. You know, something like Elegies or Lorries. You take away your opponent's chances of playing really well or bingoing on this board when you're doing something like that. So it looks like he was about to play Creolize. Maybe he's going to consider Signals, maybe something like that. I like taking away the opportunity for my opponent to bingo or to score very well on this board.
So there's also, we again talk about the tournament here as well, right? So we know that Madhav cannot win at this point in time, but he's looking to maximize his chances of cashing and placing as high as he can. So right now, with his winning record, he has one of the, relatively speaking, he has a lower spread than people who are around him. So gaining some of that spread to try and pass people for the purpose of placing higher in the standings is a point of consideration. So if you're playing that way when strategically thinking, then the 7s that close up the board more or make it more difficult to score, that may not be in his best interest if he is playing in a way to accumulate more spread points. Creolize keeps the board open. Well, yes, for your opponent, they certainly have chances at scoring back. So do you. And if you're looking to increase variance and volatility for the purpose of your own scoring, then Creolize is definitely the play to consider and go with for the purpose of getting more points. And that would be based positionally and situationally on his current standing in the tournament.
Yeah, totally fair. That's a great analysis of the position. Madhav's next draw, just really, really nice, very clean. But for Harshan now, who's also yet again struggling with duplicates, he throws out duplicates and he picks them back again. Now for him to decide, is he going to play off multiple of these vowels or does he just fish off two? He needs to, I mean, he's down right now. Can he play anything for a lot of points with these vowels? Not really. I mean, he's seen AIDE somewhere. He might be thinking of Aider, but I don't think that's what he's thinking of. Possibly he could be thinking to the side of Maven, Aid, but that scores nothing, so I don't think that that's what he's going for.
Ode is the next setup line on his rack.
Possibly Odia, he could be thinking of. He's going to go through his options here. I feel like in this position, you either like play off as many tiles as you can, so like play off like 4 or 5 if you can, or you play off like 2. So either you choose to fish or you choose to blow through this rack, right? You can't really be taking like a middling kind of position. So he goes with ready A. I mean, yeah, I think that's fine. AO leave, not my favorite. He could have just done something like Cody, like CODEIA. That would have been really, really, really volatile, but that could have been something that he could have done. But I kind of like Rodi, ROADI, because that, sorry, ROADIE, that keeps AE instead of AO.
Yeah, I do wonder with that choice of play, something seems to have thrown Madhav off. It looked like he was a bit bothered there briefly with some of his expression, but getting back to focusing on finding the best play in his rack, I didn't see anything that was blocked that was a huge score, so I'm not sure what that was for. We'll have to see if we can find out later in the game. But
he's seen his best moves. Kajan and Yojan, both of them words. Yojan, of course, taking an A for Yojna. Both of these Hindi words that Madhav would already know. He's putting that on the board. Scores 33, so I think that's a really good play for him. Much better than Kajan.
Harshan has pulled the blank, but with it he has pulled a couple of U's and an L, so not as conducive to eighths. So he'll need to take at least one turn to unclutter the one tile junk that he sees on his rack. Although overall, he's going to be happy that he's got some of the essential tools to help him get back into this game where he finds himself down.
Absolutely. A few 2 U words coming up immediately, something like luau or unau. These are words that competitive Scrabble players will have studied already. These are very useful when you draw a bunch of vowels and you need to get out of that situation. So you're able to drop these U's or multiple A's or multiple I's. These are called vowel dumps. Very helpful to have handy. So luau, probably a good play here. I like the leave of NO blank. I feel like that bingoes relatively well.
While we're waiting for the move here, just a quick update from board 1. David Eldar is up 208 to 115. He's just fished off a Y from a rack of Satire plus Y. Dave Wiegand, he's got Mank plus an I on his rack and now pondering what to do as his opponent has just fished off a Y.
No R for Ramekin, I guess.
No. So looking pretty challenging for Dave Wiegand to win right now. This is a must-win game for him to stay in the running. Eldar is looking to be in pretty good shape to win this event. We'll provide some occasional updates as we learn more about that game unfolding. Okay, Mank has just been played by Dave Wiegand to score, keeps him within 40 points. And David Eldar has drawn a U, so he's got Muriates on the next turn from the M and Mank. He will be maintaining his lead of 100 points. Over to Tatcha and Josh Castellano for an update there briefly. Their game is level. They are halfway through the game. Based on the last few plays there, it looks like it is still very much anyone's game, being hotly contested in a race for third, possibly even fourth, depending on the situation here. So back to our board. Still pondering on Harshan's end as to what to do with this absolute junk he's got in his rack.
He's definitely thinking through this move. Is there anywhere that he can just drop off the UU? Doesn't seem like it. He's got to do luau. He's going to have to play through many of these tiles.
So Yojana and luau coming down.
Yojana is a really good play here. I think 21 points. I like it. Madhav to play now. He's got the B, he's got the W. They're both going to score him pretty well on this board. He has a few spots, but one of them above others. Very nice hot spot for him to put a high scoring tile down. This will be to the side of Redier. I bet he would have already been looking in that position now that the Yojana place has been taken. But he's going to still have to think through, you know, has the U of luau given him anything? Is there anything to the side of luau? And he's going to quickly realize that playing to the side of Redier is where he's going to score the best.
Yeah, he's going to go with Brew here ultimately, because when you look at this board, really the only other major relevant scoring area that is in the bottom left is off of the L in luau or the first A in Yojana. Neither of those two had any realistic options from his rack that scored well and balanced. So Brew is the logical, correct conclusion in this case.
An insane play available for Harshan now. He's got the B, the P, the Y. You don't think that you're going to be able to do much with it given the blank. You don't think you're going to be able to bingo, but in fact, there is a really, really cool play available, and it's going to score him 95 points if he sees it.
It would be one of the nicer finds we have seen on our board all tournament should this one come down. Certainly not anything that you study in the high probability range, not even in the medium. This one is fairly obscure, something you've either seen or you haven't.
The good thing about this play is that it's in a position that Harshan would probably already been looking at to make overlaps. So he might already be looking at the U of luau and both the U's of luau, right? Because he's got the Y, YU is a word, and U is a word. So he can already, you know, like put his sights towards there and, you know, see, is there something that plays there? Are there any overlaps? You know, a lot of words end in N and Y, you know. So possibly we'll see him considering plays in that spot. Other options for him just don't seem to do much on this board. Just scoring kind of like in the 30s, some in the low 20s, low 30s, low 20s. Madhav is up 60. He needs to find this.
Yeah, for this rack, if you don't find the 8 that's available here, it's going to take several turns to declutter. There's not really an easy way to use up all of the clunky letters at the same time outside of the 95-point solution. Just to give one little clue here, a 95-point play exists here, which it looks like ultimately he is not going to see. The play in question that Harshan needed to find was Penny Boy, This is a word that is used to describe someone who basically has to do mundane tasks in a workplace. They're really just there to do not trivial things necessarily, but that's what the penny in the word penny boy is for, just for something that doesn't count for much, quite
Ooh.
literally.
How do you know that?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Harshan yet again drawing okay, all right. We can go back to Harshan later, but for Madhav now, very close to a bingo rack, but stuck with 1 point tiles. He's seen a good play to the Y. He needs to block that triple threat. Though very few bingos, I think, well, not very few, but like relatively fewer bingos going through the Y, making a triple. He's seen a play that will take care of that Y spot. AIRY, airy. Other plays also available for him if he wants to go for a bingo, wants to keep up the scoring.
Maybe he is also considering Wainier on the bottom, given that he's got those 5 letters moved off to the left side of his rack in alphagram order. Or he could be looking to play off the OI somewhere to keep that core group of 5 very synergistic tiles. There's not really, I mean, I guess IO, and OI. If you want to play off the IO for the most points possible, you can on this board when making a fish like that. Ultimately, he's going with airy, which accomplishes the task of taking away the unlikely but possible triple line and keeping a reasonably balanced lead in the process.
Harshan's lined up a raw boned on his rack. No A to play that through.
There is actually.
Oh, wait, there is. Oh my gosh, there is. Never mind, I lied.
Yajana.
The very, very high scoring play too.
And he's already circled the blank in this case. We're about to see it come down for fireworks.
Yeah, nice. Game will even up. Actually, Harshan going up now 50 after this play, but Madhav's drawn really well. Madhav will be able to even up the score with his next play. The Z is really going to bail him out here.
Yeah, the immediate things that come to mind involve the W at the bottom. Wizen or wins are anagrams that both are playable down here as just one possible option. After you see those, you as a player are looking to think, okay, I have those. They keep HOM, which, not horrible, but they just don't do a lot to build towards future potential as far as using all of my letters in one turn. So Wizen and wins just because they score so much, you think, okay, this is great, but is there anything else that maybe uses my Z somewhere else with slightly better letters, or there's something that doesn't use the Z that scores an extremely high amount that's comparable? And then if not, we go back ultimately to making a play like Wizen. So let's just see if there's any roads on the board, thinking out loud, but I'm not seeing anything particularly that really is comparable score-wise.
Yeah, I agree. I think Madhav is looking at ZHO to the O of Korea. That would score him 35 points. I don't really like this play. I feel like if you're going to play off 2 tiles, you might as well play off HM. EINOZ, a really, really great leave. I think it would bingo pretty frequently. So I kind of like the idea of playing off HM if you're going to play off 2 tiles. But he's focused on getting rid of the Z here. Maybe he hasn't seen Wizen or wins. It'd be a lot of points to give up. It would be over 15 points to give up.
He was starting to pick up the Z and put it towards the spot for Joe, but has pulled it back a little bit longer, shaking his head. While we're waiting for him to make a final decision and deliberate, an update from board 1. Dave Wiegand has just bingoed with Mariners, so this is a 22-point game with 18 tiles in the bag, and David Eldar has an okay rack that's not amazing, so this one is actually back to being very hotly contested, anyone's game. back here on our game, Zhou ultimately does come down. I am quite curious about this as far as the rationale behind it.
Yeah. I think Zhou is really just going for the bingos. If we think about the EINOZ leave with something like HM, it's a little bit more like allowing you to score with the Z next turn. Doesn't necessarily have to be through a bingo, but ZHO here really, really, really going for the bingo. But on to Harshan now, who has a bit of a middling rack, but a great play available to him because of the S on his rack that will allow him to pluralize yojanas, and he will be able to score deceptively well while keeping the K back on his rack. He's, however, putting the K to the side. He's looking at Keto or possibly something else, I believe. I feel like the Yojana spot is kind of, it scores deceptively well, right? Like if you put 1 point tiles there, you don't expect it to be 41 points, but it is. It's kind of crazy. So
it's a really tight little fit that you have there. If you play up and do toots in this case, is something that would fit in that spot. It looks like Wokest is coming down to score a fair bit.
yeah, I respect that. I can see why he's playing that. I kind of like, so Wokus is 39 points. It keeps GT. Toots would have kept GEK. And the K gives you a lot of scoring power. The K is not a bad tile at all. So I can see why, you know, Wokus is coming down. Probably just didn't see the spot for Toots. No, you're not really necessarily looking there, especially not with 1 point tiles. So a bit of a miss here, but it is, you know, opening up a bit of space to the bottom, taking the W away from his opponent. So there is that.
Yeah, it certainly, as you rightfully mentioned, it does take away that spot on the bottom. It is scoring very well. The leave is, I mean, comparable in the sense that it's not really conducive to bingo the next turn, but with Toots, it scores slightly more, for one, and if you're going to use the S, you might as well use it in a way where you're scoring well without using your high counting tile in the process. So you keep back the K for future scoring opportunities on the next turn when you play Toots, and you actually score slightly more while using the S. So I think Toots is the better play in that sense. And W is not really a lane to be worried about as far as, say, bingo lanes. So there's not really any, to me, any incentive to take that out necessarily and forfeit both my K and my S. I'm fine with leaving it open, not playing scared, and just scoring with 1 point tiles. That's part of how you win the games in the long term, is make the small tiles score big and then keeping the big ones for, you know, later to score even more, possibly in some cases. So I think it's yeah, I'm thinking this is a little bit of a mistake here.
Ooh, interesting to see mine come down instead of Mino. M-I-N-O, also a word that would keep T-I-E back. I feel like, yeah, okay, there's like 3 E's out, there's 2 O's out, but still, you know, out of all the tiles, you still want to keep T-I-E, you know? You don't know what you're gonna draw. So I'm a little surprised at this. Yeah, okay. No E for Mayonite. I mean, no E that Mayonite could play to, so I totally understand, you know, wanting to play somewhere that scored. Just surprised at the word choice.
So Harshan will be using his other S on this turn after using one for Wokus. Now he's playing Yojanas and Stung, and that will be for a nice score with all low counting tiles.
And very, very quickly back to Madhav after Stung going down for 33. Yet again, 1 tile away from a bingo. This game is really close.
So if you're Madhav here and you've just played mine, your opponent's just played Wokus and Stung, they've used up 2 S's here, you don't have an S on your rack, you're thinking of ways in which you can navigate this game without drawing one. And I think that might have been part of why he played mine instead of Mino on the previous turn, creating the I mean hook in his case, where there's just the I that he has or one other A that he hasn't accounted for yet. So it creates a spot where there isn't necessarily a requirement to have an S in this case. So that might be one of the reasons he did it. Now we look at what he's got and we think, okay, where can I continue to maybe bingo in a best case scenario without having an S? So he's got the T with Locust at the bottom to play an I in his case, or perhaps another vowel if he gets it, to go off to the right to use those 7 letters. He has an I, or well, he's the I to go above mine to make I mean, and some kind of 7 there, possibly in a best case scenario. So he All right, we are back at board 3 here in Bangkok. Just some brief technical challenges here requiring a little restart, but we are back.
All right, folks. Back at it again. It was Madhav's turn, and Jesse, you were talking about wanting to get rid of the V, the O, and another tile, possibly the L. I'd pushed back a little bit on Imine and Amine because Amino and Amino would have done the same thing, but I do recognize the importance of playing VOL somewhere on this board now. I believe Vola may have gone down to the A of Maven.
Yeah, so ultimately the VOL being removed from his rack, he also decided it was of the utmost importance, so down it goes. And then Harshan coming back with an 8-letter bingo almost immediately.
$74 points for him. That was immediately played. Love that. Madhav now stuck with no bingos to be played on this board.
Would have liked to see that T in a different spot for Duettino, but not going to be the case here.
Really tough position for him, I'd say. Really, really tough position.
Harshan methodically picking up his letters now that that's gone down. He's got the X as well, so he's sitting pretty comfortably after going up by over 100 now.
There are 3 tiles in the bag. This game has absolutely flown by. Can't really think of, there must be something that Madhav could do to create a lane for himself. So Amine and Imine being one of the lanes that he has to depend on. So he has to keep the I, unless he draws into an A, but I think holding on to the I is a good idea. Maybe he can play on top of Locust, but what would he have to draw to play on top of Locust? So he has to fish. He's about to fish OU, I believe. Is he going to go to the side of mine? Is he going to do OU there? No, he's going to do on top of Degorder. I feel like that's perfectly fine.
I think part of the reasoning behind that as well is just concern with easy scoring opportunities for his opponent. He is factoring in the existence of the X, and the F's all unseen to him. It's almost a given that an F would be involved in the spot where he played on the next turn. The X not necessarily so. Now just patiently waiting for Harshan to make a decision. One tile in the bag. Harshan needs to determine which possibilities exist for his opponent to bingo out on the next turn. Dentils is the word that sits on Madhav's rack that Harshan will need to determine all 8 possible racks for his opponent to have and make a decision based on what obstructs the most number of scenarios where there could be a bingo here. So Dentils he will undoubtedly see as one and then work through all the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. So stifled, one of the words that could play, making in mine.
They would also be unblockable because it would go off of the T in wokest on the bottom. In either case, just scoring enough makes it irrelevant in those spots. So he's going to be looking not only for what allows his opponent to bingo out, but if there's any sort of hypothetical scenario in which his opponent could come back and win, but he holds the X and the F, so that's not going to happen. And let's just go back and look quickly at the standings again, just to inform Harshan's decision. He has a massive spread above all of the other 21 wins. And in fact, going into this game, he had more spread than all the players at 22 wins. He was just over 100 spread points above Panufonso Jayakorn, who's 1 win ahead of him. So it's not as imperative that he wins by a massive amount here, just that he continues to win for the purpose of placing. He has spread on his side as an advantage. So this suggests that he will make decisions that really don't forfeit a bunch of spread that he already has here. So he'll be looking for all the options that Madhav has and minimizing. For example, with stifled, you can't avoid that coming down if his opponent has it. He'll be looking for maybe there's racks that are had where one of the lines could be used and the other one not, and he'll likely be looking to take out the line that has just one option.
So let's see. Flinted also could go down, making Imine. Snifted, also going with that. Snifted would also play under, above Vocus, making ST. So Snifted, Stifled, both unblockable. Dentals does not play on this board. And Flinted, the only one coming down, making Imine. So possibly instead of playing something like Fax to the side of mine, it may be that Harshan decides to play something like Expat, which is what he's got lined up on his rack right now, which of course gives back Expats and scoring move there. So he has to consider the possibility of getting hit with something like that, something like Fist, possibly making Expats. Could possibly do something like retax through the R of the Hoarder. That'd be kind of interesting.
While we're waiting for Harshan to make his choices, David Eldar is up by 60, having played Rebuilt to obscure the board as much as possible for Dave Wiegand, who holds the last blank. At this point in time, there's no sevens that appear to be playable on Dave Wiegand's side of the board, so he will likely be looking for nines that I don't think exist in this case. So unless I've missed something here, I do believe that would mean David Eldar confirms, but we'll wait till that game's over officially. Meanwhile, Harshan has correctly deduced that there is only one spot. Sorry, that this is the spot where there is one bingo, flinted, that would only play here and not at the bottom. So this is the play that removes the possibility of that on his opponent's rack. And other than that, he's realized he can't block the other permutations that exist in both spots. So it's a good play here, thinking about what best you can do in the situations where your opponent has just the one bingo out. Still hovering though, waiting. There we go. The official push of the button. He has committed to his play.
Yeah. He also had to make sure that the T, wasn't giving back anything too much to Madhav, making Iman, for example. So very careful play by Harshan. There's a reason why he's this good. Madhav here has a pretty great play to the side of Stung if he sees it, but I think that there's a chance that that T looks really lucrative, might want to play something through that. However, if there's anyone who can find this really cool word to the side of Stung, I believe it to be Madhav. It is, he plays off one tile. Does he believe that's interesting. I'm not entirely sure why that happened.
Perhaps looking to remove the quick axe play there for a lot of points. Maybe that's just his thought. If we're looking at the time, maybe putting some pressure on Harshan, who is under a minute to go here with some funky letters himself. It could be a push to try and make and do some mistake and to recover a little bit of spread at the end here, because it certainly wouldn't be the equity play. And by that, we mean the play that is the best when it passes through analysis. It might be just factoring in the time pressure and trying to induce a mistake.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So Ox coming down for Harshan now.
And he'll be able to go out quite clearly and catch Harshan with a bunch of these clunky letters that remain on his rack.
Oh, yeah, perfect. He's seen this word. That's beautiful. Surprised Harshan did not play AX on top of Awokist.
That might be part of what was trying to be induced as far as an error under time pressure. So, yeah, definitely a handful of spread points that he was able to recover here.
Yeah, nice. Really well done by Madhav. Should we switch to overhead mic?
Yes, please.
So with the 9, you 300, correct? Sorry, 400. 4, my mistake. 4, you 395. 295. And then you got 38. Which is 333. I still 443, 351.
Sure. All right, so that's the end of this round's matchup. Really, no discussion at all happening here between these two players. And I think, to be fair, they're probably a little bit curious about what's happening at the boards just above them to see where one they might be at as far as placement before the final round, and then also to find out if this tournament is over as far as deciding the winner, which we've been trying to keep you up to date on. It looks like Dave Wiegand, to give you a quick update, has just made a play with the blank that does not create a bingo. He's down by 30 with one tile left to play out. Eldar with some clunky letters, but it looks like he should be able to score enough to outrun. So we're going to preemptively say that David Eldar is your 2026 Causeway Challenge champion. Well done indeed to him. But just quickly, because we know what is being covered in the other board, we're going to just give a shout out to these two players. Wanting to emphasize again, well done by Harshan, continuing to show us just why he is one of the best players in the world and placing well. And Madhav should not be upset at all, given, yeah, he's had an unfortunate run as far as some losses, especially on this last day. But he's 15. He's 15 years old, and he's been contending for this title almost the whole week. And while, yeah, he's not going to win, he's going to be in the top rows here still, even after the next round, and should be very, very proud at just how well he's done. Can hold his head high, and we expect to see a lot more of him in games to come, annotated games to come, certainly.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, we might see some of our best players at the 2028 Causeway Challenge that will return to. This will actually be at Kuala Lumpur. This is going to be awesome.
Yes, Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. That will be the 2028 Causeway Challenge. 45 games in this case, with 36 for this tournament, so it's increased to 45. It'll be across 5 days. Michael Tang has confirmed he is aiming for 1,000 players to arrive in Kuala Lumpur in June 2028. He's looking to have 50 countries participating as his benchmark. And yeah, we know about Michael. It's always going to be bigger and better when he is aspiring and dreaming to different things. So, I suspect that if anyone can make this sort of vision happen, it would be Michael. That is Alchemist that you see at the bottom, Michael's preferred handle. Yeah. So we're very excited. I want to play maybe, but I also enjoy commentating, and we've had a wonderful time this past couple of days working together. We are not done just yet. We'll have one more game to cover to figure out how well a few of our players can place in this tournament for cash purposes. But for now, we're going to go and see if we can check in on our friends in the main room on a quick break. Signing off until the last round, Jesse Matthews right alongside
Nits Shakti. See you guys.
See you soon for the last round. All right, so we are back for the final round, round 36 of coverage here in Bangkok, Thailand. Joining you one last time for one last round, and this should be a zipper as well. Jesse Matthews sitting alongside
Nits Shakti. Hi, folks. It's the last round, and we've got a fantastic matchup, the best one we could have ever asked for. Nigel Richards on our stream playing against USA's Ben Schoenbrunn. Jesse, how are we feeling?
We're feeling pretty good. We get to have the legend of the game himself, Nigel Richards. He has, for various reasons, been away from the top tables, having had a very human run, for a while here in this tournament where, well, we know Nigel's playing at an exceptional standard, but clearly hasn't had the best of draws and playing very strong opponents who are making the most of whatever they've had against him. Nigel has climbed back up, however, to the top row. He's in 8th place, taking on Ben Schoenbrunn, who is in 9th place here. So these players vying for a last-minute placement for a cash prize.
Ooh.
This, I believe, is technically table 4, but the reason that this is happening is because our champion, David Eldar, has a bye. We originally had an even number of players in Division 1. There was a withdrawal for health reasons in Division 1, so it created a bye situation here. And the right thing to do with David Eldar being Gibsonized due to being too far ahead of the field was he is out for this round.
Right.
So that removed one board, shuffled people up, and here we are. We get to cover essentially board 4 in this case. Great matchup.
And we get to go with Ben Schoenbrunn first. He's got an X on his rack, also an A, a duplicated A. The B and the O, he's playing what I think is his best move here, except both of those vowels underneath double letters. Usually you don't expect that, but this way, the V can't be overlapped. So if your opponent's going to take one, you can take the other. Both of them setting up your X.
Yeah, this is very clever and nicely spotted by Ben Schoenbrunn because of the fact that V doesn't have any 2-letter words. There's no way that both sides of Avo can be obscured. So ax or ox, and because he kept IAE, that left EX on one side or ax on one side and then XI on the other with the O. It's very clever, great vision by Ben. Nicely done.
The goat of all goats to go second. And Nigel's, position here in the tournament just going to show that there's so much luck in this game. Indisputably, this Nigel Richards is, the champion of Scrabble. There's no one who does it better than him. So for him to have, not been on table 1 goes to show that the luck of the draw can really, really turn around your tournament chances. And if you're a viewer starting out competitive Scrabble, just, keep that in mind. There are human moments. There are Scrabble moments. The tile gods taketh and the tile gods giveth.
In this case, they took it from Nigel for some time, but now he's back in the mix, and yeah, we're going to see what he comes up with. He's got WUP lined up. He originally had Whelp lined up on his rack.
I like WUP a lot more, I'm not going to lie. He can make it using a vowel, so he can do that for himself. Other things that are possible are playing either on top or above, making WO or PA. So what the word to be played here, he's going to go ahead making it with a wow. I really like this.
Yeah, WUP in this position.
One fewer point than playing on top, but you know what? The positioning of this is much friendlier to you, I'd say. But on to poor Ben, who's drawn EEE as an AIX, and one more tile that we will tell you momentarily.
Looks like it might be an M, if I'm not mistaken.
An interesting decision for Ben now. The word exeme, E-X-E-E-M and E-X-E-M-E are both available for him, but not great positioning. So he might elect to keep the X back another turn. Maybe you can play to the side of WUP and, use these vowels up. Maybe something like A-M-I-E, AMI.
Yeah, it certainly does a nice job of scoring. It does leave the A and a vowel as a scoring option on the next turn. Having said that, if anyone is going to pick up on inferences and make complicated decisions to limit scoring options, it would be Nigel. And you would expect that this spot that was quite clearly a setup. If you look from Nigel's point of view, you would suspect that it does not stick around on the next turn. Rather interestingly, if Nigel is to deduce that it was an X, in this case, any Z play on top of the A actually only serves to help his opponent at this point in time. So playing there horizontally to double on the Z twice wouldn't be in his best interest once deducing that his opponent has an X. An X spot has been created for AMIE going down, assuming there is an X. If you're Nigel looking at this, after Avo and then Ami, it does seem to scream something like an X in this case as far as scoring potential.
Absolutely. And you don't even have to use up your Z right now, right? Like, I mean, so Nigel has lens off to the side. I think he might be thinking of lens making whoops. That's a really, really cool play. Great board vision on his part. 29 points for that. I kind of like something like this. I'm also interested in something like maybe making Yum and Pin and ED. END would be 24 points, giving LLZS. The lens here, I like it, puts the E in a nice spot for your Z to go down if it's able to.
Nigel, other than that last E, pulling pretty poorly in this case. He does currently have lulls on top of Avo, assuming it doesn't get taken away. Assuming that Ben does not play the X on this particular turn, Nigel would still be possibly pondering not playing that move, given what it gives back. But I think when looking at Ben's realistic options on this turn, it involves the X in some form. So it should not be a point of consideration for Nigel. Lulls, he's already got lined up immediately on this turn. As it turns out, it'll actually help Nigel score a lot more for his play.
Yeah, you can't really infer a Z from lens, can you? You can just only maybe think he might have an S in reserve, possibly. But 29 points, would your opponent play that without keeping an S in reserve? Wex here, the obvious move, I'd say 38 points, can't turn that down.
I think the other thing that makes lens so good from Nigel is it puts an E in the triple word score lane for him to play down to if that spot is obscured. But if he's deduced it's an X, and because it's Nigel, he probably did almost immediately, he's going to assume the X goes under and that he can just save LZ for the next turn to get some kind of play that scores really highly. And sure enough, he has.
Yeah, I'd seen that E come down with lens, and pointing that out, I like that we're reinforcing this decision. Lutz and lulls for Nigel now. Lutz surprisingly slightly better, actually. I mean, let's take a look at this board and what it's giving back to your opponent, right? With Lutz, usually your opponent doesn't even have to respond to this because the L is, it's not going to take an E, so the words that go there, they're going to end in an A or an O or an I. Your opponent's usually playing to the side of Ami, right? Or maybe above or under lens. Most points are going to come down to the side of HA. A lot of T's in the bag too for Nigel. So I like Lutz coming down.
Yeah, big score for Nigel after that play. 53 points.
Now, Ben now able to play many bingos if he wants. Just a matter of which one he wants to do. It's not going to take too much time. I think he's just going to go down with Tigran. That would be 76 points. Perfectly fine. I think this is his highest scoring bingo. Oh boy, I think this is just given Nigel a bingo, actually. A really crazy word that Nigel's going to find pretty much immediately, I'd say. And tiles are already arranged in that manner. So Nigel to play a bingo now very quickly and going up in score. He's thinking through though. I wonder if in these moments, you know, when he has a bingo, it's the only bingo on the board, if he's considering the implications of the choice. You know, if you play the bingo, what does it do to the board? How does your opponent respond? Possibly that. I mean, his opponent's going to be able to play through the M a lot of the times.
Nigel usually pauses for the same amount of time before he puts things down. I don't think I have ever, when I've watched Nigel on a stream, I don't think I've ever seen him fast play in any situation. It's always measured for at least some time, staring carefully, examining the board again, and just in Nigel fashion, slowly placing letters down.
Yeah, I mean, something for all of us to learn, I guess. The patience that comes with finding the best play, I guess. But the M bailout for Ben here, who's got EEIORBC. He's got two plays that I think are really good here. Actually, three plays that I think are relatively okay. One of them is a very common English word. It starts with a B. Let's see if you guys can find it, if you guys are watching along, playing along with us. But the other one is actually underneath lens, and it is Corbie, C-O-R-B-I-E, making L-I and E-E. It keeps one E back, but possibly maybe not as good as the play that's through the M.
And I think if you're sitting across from Nigel, having done this myself a few times, there is a tendency to consider, even for the most aggressive of players, there's a tendency to consider not being so open and aggressive, just because you know he possesses perfect word knowledge.
Yeah.
Like, you know that anything you play one, if you're wrong, he will hold. He will spend 20 or so seconds, even though he probably already immediately knows if it's a word or not, and then just casually neutralizes the clock if it's not a word, and he's always right. So there's that sort of confidence thing that goes there, right? And then you know when you're opening the board up like this that you're giving him more chances. The correct thing to do is, of course, to play the same way as you always would and give yourself the chances you need. But there's certainly that human factor, that intimidation, you know, when you're playing the undisputed best player of all time sitting across the table from you. All that to say, Biome, great play. It does open the board up, basically keeping everything level, giving himself more chances, and not just Nigel. But maybe when looking at other plays elsewhere that are so-called safer, that can sometimes happen. Some people play scared against Nigel, and that doesn't really work out for them either.
Yeah. Really great advice there. I mean, at the end of the day, you probably just should play, as you said, like how you play anyway. Hard to get out of your head sometimes. So Ben is a seasoned player. He's been playing for a very long time. He's an expert. He is really good at finding plays, and I think that Ben, you know, can keep his cool. He can do a good job of playing against Nigel. Recently, he was telling me about a game that he played against Nigel at this tournament, where he made one mistake. According to the engine that he used to calculate, and Nigel, of course, had made even less than. So that was really something else for him to contend with. Donna now for 17 points. I'm a little surprised by this play. I guess something like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like something like GINN would have been fine as well. Underneath Vamplate, that would have made AG and EN. But maybe that's a little too aggressive.
Nigel, I think, in part was considering the ing words that exist with NG left over through the I in Biome at the top of the board, possibly deducing that it is not as likely that a play is going to happen up there, giving himself a potential chance to play an 8 next turn. That could be part of the logic here as far as why he would play Donna versus Gunna, which is, I think, what a lot of us would have considered if you played something down there. And some of the other plays you mentioned, including Jin, as well. Nigel likely permuting lots of possibilities here, or the future of whatever his rack would be. Ben coming down with Kretik.
Ooh, that's a really nice find for him. The leave of EF a little sad. I feel like maybe you could play something else here, something like Coif through the O of Donna. I feel like that's also fine. 26 points for that. You keep CERT. But it's a little dangerous putting the F in that spot. And if anyone's gonna find a bingo through the F, it's gonna be Nigel, obviously. So I can see why Kretik might be coming down. A lot of bingos that start with a C. Nigel does not hit the bingo that he had wanted. No ING bingo for him in this board state. So he will have to contend with possibly playing off 1, 2, maybe 3 tiles. There are a few options for him. I feel like he's got Grog off to the side. I mean, that is definitely one of the plays that he can consider. I believe that would be making GO and OD. But he's going and he's just fishing off the G. Another place to do that would be with hang. So both of these are perfectly fine, I think.
So this is a position that I think is pretty instructional. So if Nigel's playing off the G here, he's got to see his chances at bingoing in one, if not both, the major spots on the board with most of his pulls to be significantly higher than average. So if he pulls an E, for example, there is Gerontic on the bottom row, but nothing with the B on the top row. If he pulls an A, for example, then there's borating on the top, but nothing through the C on the bottom. Just as a few examples of what he could pull. When pulling an I, there's orbiting through the B on the top, and there's trigonic through the C on the bottom. Just as a few of the options, and that's already 4, 8, 12 of the possible things that he could pull. If he pulls an O, nothing through the B on the top, nothing to C on the bottom. But there's lots of 7s that he could pull as well here. So just a pretty high probability, even just with the vowels, that he has a bingo in any one spot. And it's really tough when you're Ben to figure out where to block because there's 3 S's and a blank in the bag. So it's not necessarily saying, hi, I have an 8-letter word. It could well be just something with an S. The K is also unseen, so there is the chaos involved with klutz from Nigel's play. That could very well be a factor for him here. Nigel's sitting patiently with trigonic land up on his rack, just waiting to see what Ben does here.
The funny thing is there's so many places on this board to bingo, right? Like Bamplate with the C, with the B. I think he's going to go ahead and play FOY. I think that's a really nice play by his part. That's going to be 37 points. I think this is really nice board vision on his part, and it is going to block trigonic.
It does leave orbiting, however, which Nigel will very clearly find once he reorganizes his letters, just not as much of a scoring play as trigonic. We suspect that it will come down very quickly here in methodical laser precision.
You love to see it. I guess no T's for forehand. So what is Ben going to do after orbiting comes down? He does have a nice spot for the F now. So there's a really, really cool play. A common English word, I guess you could call it a compound English word that will play making OF and will score a lot because it will hit the double. It's a little volatile, but you have to do it because it's 53 points.
Nigel is one letter off of an obscure play that does not quite go down on this board. Rudistit is an 8 that's available there if there was a U, but it is not available on this board.
Ben missing Heroff, making OF, or maybe choosing not to play it, but we did not see it lined up on his rack. Then again, Ben does not talk out loud with us. He does not shuffle his tiles and go through the options with us to show us what he's thinking. The N out there in space, possibly he's making another line for himself, but this board is still relatively open. I'd say the C is still open, the Klutz hook still allowed, Van Plate taking hooks. So I believe that didn't really need to do that. I feel like Heroff was the obvious best play.
Perhaps an argument in his favor is maybe he's looking to score with one of the high counting tiles each, spread out across 2 turns. It's possible he saw it and decided that he wanted to play this on the first turn and an H play possibly involving the O on the next turn. Having said that, it seems pretty dangerous to me to leave that unnecessarily. Given the K is still out, the Y is still out, there's so many ways for your opponent to come back and score with that. And since you have the F to hook OF on the bottom, you can just use that spot yourself the next time. If you are splitting up the 2 high-scoring plays with one high-counting tile each, it would necessitate using the O sooner with the other letter, the H in this case. So yeah, I think probably just missed.
Yeah, I agree. Now for Ben, who's drawn the U, the E, he's got the J, duplicated A's. No obvious play that stands out for him. Maybe like one obvious play through the L of Lutz, but the really good plays here, the ones that are going to clean up his rack or either score really well, plays that we would consider, the top moves and not middling moves. These moves are much harder to see on this board. One of them will use the R of Orbiting and the A of Van Plate. Tough turn for Ben now. He's going to have to spend some time thinking. He has his tiles arranged in sort of almost the order of one of these wacky little 6-letter words that's going to play through the C. Not a lot of points, but it will clean up the junk on his rack. The duplicate A's will go away, the O and the U will go away, and even though he won't score very much with the J, he will still be able to get rid of that.
Yeah, as far as cleaning up and taking out a major line of contention as far as a bingo play is concerned, Akaju would be the play at the bottom of the board. And then the other option that's much higher scoring further up would be some form of Raja, and that would be using the O and Biome to score a lot. Somewhat ironically, no matter what he plays, Nigel will be bingoing the next turn because neither of the candidate plays will be obstructing the spot. And using the L in Lutz, Nigel has Triskel, which is lined up on his rack.
He does see Raja, and this is actually the moment where I would have liked for Ben's board vision to be slightly poorer, for him to be able to play Joule, Joule, through the L of Lutz. But unstoppable Nigel now coming down with Triskel very, very soon, I believe. But great board vision from Ben, who has yet to press his clock. There we go. Great find on his part.
Nigel neutralizing the clock, just getting a score correction dealt with by Ben before turning the boards towards him. Staring at the word already lined up on his rack. And as you can see, Nigel is not insta-playing. He is taking those 20 or so seconds as usual, making sure there's nothing else to consider. And then you'll see him laying down the tiles one by one.
Oh, and way too many vowels. Oh, and a blank for Ben here. Oh, man, he's going to need that. The C still open on this board. The Van Plate's hook still available. 2 S's unseen to Nigel, 3 unseen to Ben at this moment. There we go.
So Nigel counting the tiles in the bag. I think this is just, Nigel just does everything so beautifully to show the human side of the game and just the computational side at the same time. If you know what to look for when watching what he's doing, counting the bag, you saw he'd already seen his play. He had paused, he looked at the board to examine different spots, and then he counted the tiles in the bag, realizing that there were 21 unseen to him, 7 of which are in his opponent's rack, meaning 14 in the bag. So that leaves the possibilities for multiple bingos in a row in an absolutely unusual but hypothetically possible scenario. So just factoring this in.
Look at that. Q on Nigel's rack now. This game is, I don't know if it's going to be Ben's. It doesn't seem like it's going to be.
Yeah, it looks pretty favorable to Nigel with that lovely post-bingo draw. Ben with the blank, but not a lot else to go with it.
Yeah, I mean, he really wanted one of those O's to be a U. E-U-O-U-A-E is one of those crazy vowel words that is actually valid. Probably wouldn't have gone on this board, but it would have been nice to have had it. These duplicate vowels, though, just not going to score him anything. He's going to be able to maybe play off the OE somewhere and have a lot of vowels. Maybe depending on drawing the Q possibly out of the bag, maybe he can hope for that. Otherwise, he's going to possibly exchange. But with the just 7 tiles in the bag, you have to hang on to the U. You don't know if the Q is in the bag. Then again, the blank gives you some flexibility. There is 1 eye out to play the QI, but only 1. So I think there is something to be said for keeping the U on your rack if you do exchange.
From Ben's point of view, although we can see when looking at the numbers that it's a slightly uphill climb, when you're Ben, you have to look and feel like you're doing pretty good when you look here. You're within 1 tempo here, you're holding the case blank. Yes, there are S's out. Yes, there is a Q out and potentially a U, but there could be a mix of less favorable tiles together, such as maybe there's Q, B, L, Y, and maybe it's not a U. There's lots of possibilities for things to go wrong still, and you have the blank in this case. So if you're Ben, you're looking to, I'm pretty sure, play here as hard as it can be and just figure out how to groom your rack towards getting to play a blank bingo, ideally for lots of points, factoring in the possibility of drawing a U. So I don't think you actually play the U here. I think you play off at least several of your vowels in some spot that scores enough to facilitate a bingo with the C in a bonus world with a Q, for something like, I don't know, Conquers, I guess, is a best case scenario as far as something that scores really high. I don't know if there's anything that uses up the OA and the E, other than, well, Arrow doesn't really score much. That technically allows you to draw something like that. But anyway, Ben is going to be considering plays that use up multiple vowels here in the hopes of hitting some kind of bingo at the bottom, including a high scoring one.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if he plays off OE, he can hope for bingos with like RS draws, ST draws, maybe something like GS. So like if you look at the tiles that are left, right? Like you can hope to draw the S. It's a duplicate tile in there. You're likely gonna draw an A. Hopefully you won't. There are some bingos that you can have, but then you have to go on this board, right? So like if you draw like both S's, maybe you get something like Cassius or something. Man, this board, rough. Maybe you can hope for bingos that start with a C or something. Surely a lot of bingos would start with a C, right? Like maybe you can go for co-equate or something.
All right, and we're back. It wouldn't be a 2026 Causeway Challenge tournament if we didn't have some kind of internet trouble that we had to navigate through. It's just been something we've had. Hi, everybody. Just in the background here at the end of the final round of competition here at the Causeway Challenge for board 3/4. In this case, that was Ben Schoenbrunn of the US versus Nigel Richards of New Zealand. We hope you're able to follow along on Woogles for the last couple of rounds. Or last couple of moves, sorry, in this final round. Nigel pulling out this victory by 19 points against Ben Schoenbrunn, completing an impressive run today. He won all of his games, getting back into a very respectable finish after a shaky start, showing us some of his flexing his word knowledge here, you know, with Triskel and Bamplate as a couple of the bangers that he got on this board. So with that, we have come to the end of our time on the air over the last couple of days. It's been our pleasure to provide you coverage from board 3 here at the Causeway Challenge in 2026. Just reminding everyone again that 2028 was announced. That will be in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. So, Nitz, any final thoughts before we give a few thank yous?
Well, I have to say that game was pretty interesting. Resty coming down for Nigel after an exchange from Ben. Resty being a great play there because Nigel expected plays to come from the C. Bingo's very likely there, and that would leave him the opportunity to take over the triple by himself, the QU. Very helpful for him. So I have to say a masterclass in strategy from Nigel as always. We will get more insight into that game later, but thank you so much for all of you who joined us on Woogles and on YouTube, also on MeWatch. So thank you so much, you folks. Back to you, Jesse.
Yeah, just gonna close us off with a couple more thank yous. Thank you for covering some of them. Thank you all for being here through the thick and the thin over the last couple of days for this tournament. And as always, to Michael Tang for his incredible vision for this tournament, for previous ones, and this next one that we have talked about that will be in KL. Manop and Ravi, local team here in Thailand as far as the Crossword Game Club for their support throughout. Josh Greenway of Let's Play Scrabble, are the producers, Christian Andrew K, our remote producer Kumar, behind the scenes tech support from Barry Harridge and Josh Koff, Will Anderson for the daily highlights that he's provided from this event, Lukeman from Wespa, Chris Leip and Gian Rong for their support, and then Woogles, the entire team, including Cesar, for providing the live annotation for this. And yeah, I think we've covered a lot of the essential people here who are involved in making this possible. So just one last time here from Bangkok, Thailand for 2026. We want to thank you for watching, be it on MeWatch or Let's Play Scrabble on YouTube. Signing off, Jesse Matthews alongside the one and only
Nitz Shakti. See you guys.
Thank
Thanks
you. See
so
you
much.
later.